or something. The guy opened up the door, military power assault rifle, started blasting. We've been hearing gunshots. There's helicopters. My little girl was in the house alone right now, 4805 Dearborn Street. She's back here. She hears the gunshots. The police are going to try to get her out of there while Dad's standing on the corner, not even a 1 second walk away. So she's on the phone with me now.
How are you feeling? Like,
my adrenaline is rushing. I want to get her out of there, exit this area, and get to safety. This is one of the craziest things that's ever happened on this side of town, besides that shooting up here with the 3 officers in Stan Heights. This is literally probably the most insane thing that's ever happened. I mean, you can see, look around. We've never seen nothing like this before, so it's a pretty crazy world we're living in.
You actually saw the gun in it?
I hear you hear boom, boom, crack, 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 boom, 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 boom. You know, it's like 2-5. What, baby? You hear it? You hear the gunshot, look.
Yeah.
You okay, baby? All right, yeah. Lock the door. Close the door in this.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, you're fine.
What's she saying?
Yeah, what's she saying?
Madeline, what are you seeing, baby?
The shooter. Tell her you're with the couple. I'm with the cop.
Oh, she's with the police officer.
Good. Good. We're gonna be live here in a second, dude. I might show that way, thanks.
That's right, Gordon. We just talked to a man who's on the phone with his daughter, who literally is the house backed up to the house where this gunfire is coming from. It's right down the street, about 2 blocks from where we're standing. We're hearing that active gunfire. He's on the phone with his daughter as police are trying to get to her. She says that once that door opened, the suspect inside that home had a military-style long gun and was just firing repeatedly at police. While he was talking to us, police actually said they had just gotten his daughter, and he ran across the street down Penn Avenue to get to safety in order to get her. He said he's never heard of anything like this happening in his neighborhood, and he's just a terrified father standing 2 blocks from where his daughter is, just worried about her safety as he's hearing both the gunfire in person as well as through the phone while he's talking to his daughter. Liz, absolutely. I mean, this is a main thoroughfare through Garfield. You actually can see since our last live shot that crime scene tape was put up as officers are trying to block off this area to keep everyone at a safe distance from this active gunfire. But you can see just around this intersection, people gathered everywhere coming out of these businesses. You have hair salons, food shops, people sitting on their balconies of their apartments just trying to figure out what's going on in their neighborhoods, saying that this is so unusual for this part of town and just want to make sure that everyone they know and love is safe at a distance, as well as police as they're working to try to get the suspect. Absolutely, Gordon. It's about every 10 seconds. There's more officers coming down the street. I've seen people in state police vests, FBI vests, county SWAT actually just went down the hill maybe about 15 minutes ago. About every corner from where we're standing, even in the cemetery, I can see Pittsburgh police officers. So it's a constantly evolving situation as more and more officers are arriving on this scene.
You're clear. This is wacky. I feel like we haven't had one like this in a while.
I don't know. It's all pretty much the same.
Yeah.
It's a guy barricaded. Right. He's shooting though. That's the only thing.
So I wonder if he's shooting anymore, or if they're just shooting at him.
I don't think they would just shoot at him. Unless he was posing a threat. So he must be shooting. They're shooting at him.
Okay. Hey, man.
Scared.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm gonna catch a straight bro.
I hear that. Yeah, they shooting a lot.
You can put them on the news. Yeah, tell them they trying to go in their new homes right now.
Are they baby pit bulls?
American Bulldog. Same difference.
I wish I told my daughter racing the real life journal. She's gonna be excited. I'm about to take a picture of this. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna show my daughter that I've seen her.
About to hear another. I hate that.
Me too. They look so nice though.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think you're about to hear another slurry.
Every time you zip up there, they going there.
Yeah. That one sounds awesome.
Yeah. We're gonna every all of us, so not just one. Like all of us.
People was fearless.
Let's be caught up with it.
Yeah, people were fearless.
The one lady, the girl that just came out with her dad, she used to be in the building. She was like, she was so.
He must got a lot of guns.
That's I was like, how many guns are around?
Yeah, he definitely got a lot of guns.
There's like 200 guns out here.
He told me over there, the white lady, she said he was a squad. And he was trying to get him out the house.
Oh, wow.
So he ain't
And he just snapped.
He just sat in there with all them guns.
The
Like,
PTSD, that PTSD, they should have let them people come home with that stuff.
he ain't playing. He's like, I'm peaceful where I'm at. Leave me alone.
Hey, when we see her on the news, and I'm going to go
It's about the breach.
Somebody got hit on the other side.
Yeah, they said.
He shot down 2 police drones. It's clearly a good shot.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know neither. What I was surprised about was the amort. Like 30, 40. Man.
Live picture up. Say that again. They said something to me, but it cut out. Okay, we're going to be in boxes at the top of the noon. 11:50.
Me with the cords.
Live picture. Clear?
It's warm. It's very warm enough. I can feel it. I'm so sweaty.
Really?
I would have been on time then.
Oh, dude, how you getting our shot?
Yeah, still listening. We're on through the noon, so we'll be back till
There's Lee Schmidt.
I don't even know who that is.
The public safety director. Carting in water. They're carting in water. So just be prepared for live pictures through the top. My husband's now on the other side.
Oh, really? Is it better over
In
there?
the red shirt.
Yeah. That's right. I forgot.
He won't give me any info.
Could be a star in the show. Every time I've been down there, it's been nice. It's been happening. This was like an every other day thing. Yeah. That's why I heard gunshots.
Stand by for box.
They were an eviction. He came and served the papers. He said, I don't think I'm leaving.
I've done about 12 years, and I can't imagine once thinking about doing this.
Here. Coming to us next.
Unless you have a secret tunnel in the sewer.
Right.
Looking between.
Yep.
You got a hole down in the basement. Yeah. All right, knock it off. I don't want to be on TV.
I'm the Butler News guy, that's all I need.
It's actually been a while since we've heard any shots.
Where's Jason?
Right here.
That's the crack news report right there. I talked to the witness here. Gunshots. John shot.
Wonder if this is over. they're all coming back up.
It might be.
I'm reporting it. I'm going with it.
I'm going with it. How about these lantern bugs? Oh my goodness.
They're everywhere. Going to Nicole's tagging than us. I can't hear anything of what she's saying, so I'm probably going to say all the same things.
Let's come in between Fred and I.
What's that?
She's going to stand like between us.
Okay, yeah, we're not going on yet, so.
Yeah, Gordon, in the last 10 or 15 minutes, it's actually been quiet, probably the quietest it's been in the hour or so since this all started. When we first got out here, we kind of rode down Penn Avenue with a lot of the first responders, and we have heard, I would say, at least 100 gunshots since we've been out here. They've been going in waves. It's been a barrage of gunfire, and then some quiet time, another barrage of gunfire. And each time those gunshots are fired, it is probably 20, 30, even 50 shots that are fired. It's not clear who's firing those gunshots, but obviously we do know that the suspect is inside that home. He was served an eviction notice this morning, and that's when things got extremely intense. As Rick mentioned, this is a very routine procedure that deputies deal with on a day-to-day basis, and this is just how quickly things can change and how they can, turn so fast. We are now back behind the police tape along North Matilda and Penn Avenue. We're trying to stay at a safe distance so the SWAT crews were able to get down. We saw the bomb squad just arrive on scene, and every single public official that I could think of or even list is out here right now. Crews are also now starting to bring water down to some of those SWAT teams who have been on scene, wearing a lot of heavy gear, holding rifles. You can see some of them coming back up now. Some of them are kind of switching out as they can, but it's been quiet out here. Even in this live report that we've done, we have not heard anything. We are going to stay out here and we'll keep you posted on anything we learn, but again, still a very chaotic scene. And just a reminder to people, there are a lot of businesses over here, hospitals, schools. Just avoid this area. It is for your safety. Back to you. Thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth, so help you God, bitch?
Even though they said this is an isolated incident, it's still a very active scene here, and
How many of those are they going to lose today? Maybe they want to see if he shoots it down or not.
Just saw you on TV. What's that? Someone literally just said, just saw you on TV. That's hilarious.
Over that.
Yeah.
I would thought it was over after the 100th shot.
Well, they just put another drone up,
Did
and
they?
it hasn't been shot down yet. So.
Yeah, I heard you say the guy shot down the drone. He must have been a pretty good shot.
I think he's in the military.
Shelly.
It's awfully close. I mean, there's no way a bullet could get up there, right? It's got to be over.
Let's hope.
Yeah, I saw the public safety guys walk down, my husband included. They would never let him down if it was still going on.
Oh, okay. Sound like this guy didn't want to be taken alive, so.
No. Did you hear shots over here earlier?
I've been hearing them the whole time.
Okay. Oh my God.
Where's that happen?
Soon, I'm 65.
So yeah, I mean, we haven't heard anything.
So what I got to do with it? You can go to 75. You know that, right?
It's a good sign.
Well, my Social Security doesn't get full until 66 in 8 months.
Why don't you, I thought you were going to get Jack's record.
I'm not going past Jack.
Yeah,
My grandson's going to
Jack
college
holds
next year.
Jack holds the PXI record. I think you can get it, Tom.
Hey, I've outlived my whole family. My dad, my mom, and my brother.
How?
Dead.
What was their ages?
Dad was 64, almost 65.
Okay.
My mom was 63, and my
Okay.
brother was 61.
So what are you saying? You're living on borrowed time now? You need to go ahead and take advantage.
I beat their record.
Oh, so you have some record. Yeah. There you go. Who needs Jack's record?
I took a stress test last week, 2 weeks ago.
You passed it.
Same.
Yeah, you sound great.
I've done one of those before. They put you in that treadmill,
And they
incline, and you're sweating.
Did they say to you, oh, it's only 8 minutes?
Yeah.
That's what they said to me. Oh, it's like freaking dying.
Yeah.
One more minute. Okay. Bro. Right, that kills me.
Yeah.
I mean, in like.
And I consider myself in shape, work out, but I was like tired.
There's only so much I can shoot from this angle.
Alright, evacuating. They're evacuating the houses now. They probably have to evacuate everyone to make sure. That makes me feel like it's safe to bring people out then. Yes.
Where is it? Calvin, you're on again.
Come on, Calvin.
This thing right there. Hey, here comes Karen.
Autograph $5, Calvin. Right.
There's Kara.
There goes the hubby.
There's Kara.
No, I. Oh,
Deactivating the block on 4800 West Front. I'm just going to call into.
I saw you switch hands. Don't be
Yeah,
cheap.
yeah, twice.
Don't be cheap.
That's what I got right here.
Don't be cheap.
But what? I had to leave from up there.
Oh, I thought she was talking to me. I thought you were talking to me.
Thank you.
Yes,
That
you're
means a
so
lot.
rude.
You don't often hear good things.
No, I do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. They're going to come to us next.
Shots, a lot of them, and then a bunch of cars went down my main street, sirens, and sounded like police and EMS, that sort of thing. So
I would have to think that this is normally a pretty quiet area, so when you heard all of this commotion,
Well, you're not going to mess up my shot.
tell me what was going through your head about it.
yeah, I was surprised that it was happening in this area of all places. It is very quiet. The most I hear is a garbage truck in the morning, so that was definitely different for sure. In shock.
So when you did hear that, you said that you came outside and took the walk up to the corner to investigate what you saw.
We saw a lot of cop cars, SWAT, and just saw a command vehicle come through. So it sounds like this is very serious. So it's definitely concerning for sure.
So you did mention to me off camera that you're a real estate agent.
I am,
So
yes.
tell me if you can comment.
Stand by.
Is this kind of situation going to affect your business?
I certainly hope not, but if I'm looking at the area like a buyer, I would want to know what crime is happening in the neighborhood I'm purchasing in. But this is definitely something that's not normal for the area. I certainly don't condone people purchasing properties in high crime areas. So,
It seems like this is an isolated incident, as we have been telling folks that apparently was being spurred, and the person who lives in that home and opened fire on deputies. So that may, ease their fears a little bit, knowing that it's
Sure.
isolated.
I certainly hope so for sure.
Well, thank you so much, Calvin Barkle. We appreciate your time. So again, Erica, I want to step out of the way of the camera so we can just take one quick look before we send it back to the studio. What is going on here again?
Stand by.
Police person came over and told us that police are evacuating folks in the 4800 block of Matilda.
Yeah, Liz, I just want to pass along a message from a spokesperson for Pittsburgh Police who just came up to the police tape here to talk to us. They want everybody to know if you are in the 4800 block of Broad Street and you are sheltered in place right now in your home, you need to stay sheltered in place in your home, give 911 a call, and somebody from law enforcement is going to come to your home and safely evacuate you from your home and get you to a safe location. So that's something Pittsburgh Police want to get out there right now. Again, if you are in the 4800 block of Broad Street, call 911. Law enforcement will come get you and they will safely escort you out. They want to evacuate this whole area. We do know that a mobile command unit for Pittsburgh Police just pulled in. It is still a very active scene. I had a chance to talk to somebody.
He sent that.
I think that was me trying to dock. I guess I can take this back. You don't have to.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm just going to repeat everything Shelley said, so I don't know how much that contributes to you, but if it contributes, I will happily do that. Sounds lovely.
Where's Broad at? Like there's Gem Way, right? Way up there. Broad goes like that way. Okay.
Is it before Jordan?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm gonna look at the map. It's, yeah. Jordan must be the alleyway.
Okay.
Okay. Shots fired.
Unless you have to fit.
Well, Gordon, everything seemed to be calm. Actually, we were seeing some of those people being evacuated.
We're in Pittsburgh, deputy survey.
I didn't get enough. He just has this. He read so I just thought if you're looking for like good.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to see if I can post it. Yeah, no.
I mean, you really have no idea where any street is.
I'm reluctant. All the residents in this help. I'm reluctant to go away from the city.
The barricaded man. They tried to evict him. Yeah. Yeah. I would. He's gonna be dead now. I mean, that's hundreds of people that have been fired.
Well, staying hot. I'm gonna have to go through Lawrenceville. What the hell?
Should I just say, well, I guess I'll ask them what they want for the
This is crazy.
Hey guys, we have a lady that was sheltering.
Oh, she just evacuated.
Oh! You live down there.
Guys, you gonna?
Yeah, and you
Okay.
just got evacuated?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Leslie, can you spell your last name before we get going?
THOMPSON.
How long have you lived at 4808?
15 years.
Are you originally from Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Okay, great. And do you know the guy across the street?
No, I've seen him.
Hey guys, we have somebody live who just got evacuated from her home.
Nicole just got her.
Oh, did you?
And when they're done, we'll record this. When they're done, we'll record our look live, unless you want to go over there and look live.
It's even worse. Yeah, so they got them down.
Did you guys get her?
Yeah. Okay. We got reunion live on air.
Half hour.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we talked to her on the phone when she was sheltering, and then we talked to her husband, and then as I was live, they came up and they hugged, and we got all that on air.
Jeez. That's awesome. See, we can't hear any, like, we don't hear anything.
Yeah, you can move over and do it.
Okay.
She's like, this is normal for them.
Huh? Oh my God. I'm so out of touch.
That's funny.
I just saw now he gave me an IFP number that I didn't know. You know? knocking down the door, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, what did you want me to do? They're doing a reset and then coming to me. Do you have a soundbite, Ryan?
Let's go down.
Oh well. I'll just move this way.
Huh?
Hold on.
Fortunately, we don't get this too often.
Yeah.
This is a pretty intense.
intense.
You've probably seen way more of these than I have. But I haven't seen one quite
I
this
worked up north all those years. I never.
wacky.
I'll tell you, when I did photography for a good while, and I did coverage for the G20 years ago, and all the heads of state and like countries were in Pittsburgh, and they were like machine guns and.
Some kind of weapon and ammunition.
Let me see if that lady's still over here.
See him?
Where?
He's right by the
Oh,
yellow
yeah.
sign.
I mean, that's the public.
Right. That's why
Yeah, I'm right there. I'm like, I can see everything that's going on.
Well, maybe if one of these officers walk by again, oh, here's someone coming. A police officer. Oh, here's someone coming.
just be like, hey, the public is out down there. Can we
Yeah.
go down there?
Oh, she just went inside. Where are all the other stations?
Everybody was down at that corner.
Taking live pictures out there of this very active scene. As she said, no gunshots in the last few minutes, but we know this is
Hey, here's a cop. Here's a cop.
phases where we heard a number of large gunshots, and then we hear nothing for a few minutes.
I'm hanging out the window.
Hey.
I think the issue is walking by here because that's where we could get hit, the officer told me.
Yeah, they're
'Cause
all
he's-
in the back here.
they're in the
There's
back.
like about 10 of them back here.
In this area?
In that area.
Do you
yes.
have that? Do you work?
I have access. I don't know if I'm allowed to have them in my
Oh,
building,
okay.
you know. Yeah, you can see everything that's going on from my window.
Do you have any pictures of down there? So this is where they all are.
Yeah, let me get.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know it's so hot in there. See back here.
Oh,
they're
back there,
all
that's
back
where they
here.
are.
Yeah.
Hello.
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Did you see or hear anything, sir?
Hell no, I was over there with Sean.
I didn't know if you heard anything earlier.
No, I just got here because they was thinking I was involved in that.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They said we could go around, but that feels far to walk. I don't know. I mean, we don't have to do that.
I don't care.
If you want to, maybe to get over there.
Can we, is there a cut through your building?
Yeah, there's a cut this way that y'all can go.
Oh, can we, do you mind if we do that?
Yeah, there's bullets going out right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Be careful. We'll just cut through. Yeah, that's it.
Thank
Be
you.
careful, ma'am.
Thank you. Oh, perfect.
Oh, this is good.
Okay, can you just tell me, do they have any bites or anything so I know what to toss to? They're going to reset. Okay. I was going to say you can see them over that way, like in that corner, if you can get around the car.
Here, come over.
Okay, yeah, because I don't even think the street is blocked. Okay. Okay. I don't have my badge. I look like they just pulled me out the house.
No, Gordon, it's been pretty quiet, I'd say, for about the last 15 minutes. But if you take a look, we have been seeing more reinforcements coming in. In the last, I'd say, 10 to 15 minutes, we saw hostage negotiators arriving on the scene, as well as state police actually sent out what appears to be another SWAT vehicle. A lot of commotion down the way on Matilda Street, as it appears they are still working on the evacuations of people in this area. But again, it's been probably about 15 minutes since we've heard a barrage of gunfire, hundreds of shots at this point in the last hour or so. Again, since we got on the scene, we have talked to two different people that had family members that were stuck barricaded in their homes. Since then, both of them have been rescued, police telling us that they are safe, as we were with the people as the cops were knocking on the door to get them to safety. But when we first got on the scene, it was just us and a family standing on the corner. They were actually here when everything started, hearing those sheriff deputies banging on that door. Take a listen to what they told us.
Half an hour later, still hear more commotion. I went back out. At that point, I heard them saying they were entering into the house, looking out the window. They went in, and then I heard shots. I heard shots from the inside. So at that point.
Now, just to give you a few more details from Leslie Thompson, who lives across the street from this suspect, she told me when sheriff deputies were actually initially knocking on that door, she said there was only about 5 deputies. As soon as she heard those gunshots, she hit the ground, hunkered down, went to her basement to hide. But she says that that neighbor is not typically friendly to a lot of people. She doesn't really know much about him, but does know that she didn't think he was home at the time. As the sheriff deputies announced that they were coming in, she said his truck wasn't parked outside like it normally is. So she said she wasn't anticipating this escalating to this type of situation, but she does say as she was being evacuated, her house riddled with gunshots and bullet holes. She said active gunfire as she was being rescued, and she's just hopeful that all of her neighbors are safely getting out as well. Gordon, Liz?
I'm patient access. 336 that we called for surgeries for Allegheny Health Network. I'm with you. It was knocking. They were just knocking on the door. All of the rest of his name is, I don't even know what his name is. Just asking for him to come out. And I guess he wasn't responding. It was just about 5 sheriff officers. I think I did.
Set up right here now.
I didn't see any detectives because at that point it was kind of quiet. It wasn't busy. It was calm actually, aside from the commotion, knocking on the door and whatnot. And when they went in, the streets were even still open as they were knocking on the doors. Traffic was every time I tried to come up, it would just be a barrage of bullets. At one point, I came upstairs to see the damage in the house, and there was just a barrage of bullets. So I was in the pantry, in my pantry, because they shot Tom Gabby said she has a new angle, but I don't know where they are. So I kind of barricaded myself in my pantry because there's a door, and the moment they stopped, just got back in the basement. Because like I said, when it calmed down, I thought it was over. So I came upstairs. In a second,
in no more than 2 seconds upstairs. At that point, I was too afraid to run to the basement because my basement is a little ways away from my pantry and my kitchen. So I didn't want to get caught in the crossfire, so I waited in the pantry praying around from the garage door. Then at that point, I looked out and I see people running in the back, so that's when I he was running through the neighborhood. So I was really scared because my goal was to be able to shut my windows so he couldn't climb through my windows. And then I got to the basement, called my manager, and I'm on
They said it's a better view that direction.
It's what?
They said it's a better view over that direction.
They have it?
I'll go see.
And then my husband called because the news had said, call 911 and we're going to get you. Because I spoke to 911, he told me to stay in the basement. Reassured me that the person was contained, that everything was okay, that he wasn't going to be up in their toilet.
Oh, I appreciate it.
And then when I spoke to my husband, he just spoke to the news and they told him that if we dialed 911, it was going to get you out the house. So at that point, I'm about to call 911 and hear 911 is up the way. They're coming there. Directly across. Like if I look out my bedroom window, I'm looking into this.
I'll call one of them. Like those guys.
Not those guys.
I mean, if you move right here, you can see right down the side of the gate. But I mean, it's all the same. Like.
Oh, about 6. They were coming out. I guess he's shooting.
Everybody's right.
Yeah. Whose house is that?
It's on Broad Street, probably.
Exclusive.
Who has it?
KDK.
Thank you. Perks of working from home, right?
Everybody's calling.
Do you guys have any Ring camera or?
Yes, I do.
Do you have anything that like shows anything?
You know what? I'm not sure. Shucks, I should have caught it all.
Even as it's live right now, right?
My front door. This one right here.
Okay. Is there a way to back it up to show the gunfire?
Across the street.
Person detected.
My wife's in my TV's all shut up, my lamp, my clock.
It would be, I think, 11, so it might be more this way.
I just want to know who's going to pay for this shit.
Oh.
I got a 75-inch I need to meet.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
Here's all that
it's an
commotion.
I just took it up to him.
You guys got me in a white t-shirt looking like crap.
Yes, sir.
I had to go change.
You better
I just
know,
got
bro.
this thing, so I'm still trying to figure out how it works.
Can I look at it? Okay.
Oh gosh, I'm so sweaty. I need a shower.
Yeah.
Then you turn the TV on, see my ass on it.
Is it just you and your husband that live there?
Yeah, my boys are all grown and out the house. Typically quiet.
Yeah.
This is definitely out of the ordinary. Out of the ordinary. I don't even know my neighbors. I don't know if they out there. I doubt they were home.
Yep, that's what it said.
But I wonder if they got Donnie out. My neighbor on the corner. I don't know. I'm sure they got him out because their houses are right next to mine. So.
We talked to another guy whose daughter was home alone, so they got her out. I don't know if she's on Matilda or Broad.
Okay. What about the lady right next door to him? Because she came out. I seen her come out, and she went back in. This was when they were just there knocking on the door. And then her house definitely has to be, because they're connected. I know she's home. She was home. then a guy who he parks in front of his garage all the time with a big no parking sign. Like that's why I told my husband, I was like, he's not right. There's just something not right. We all know not to park in front of his garage. He goes in his garage.
How old of a man is he?
The guy, he's like 60s or something. He's older.
A little older.
Not nice, like, yeah, man, I just never, I told my husband, I said, he just something just didn't look right. And he hasn't been there that long, maybe, I don't even want to say a year. I don't even know if he's been there a year. I don't know if he's been there that long. He just appeared. Like, somebody said he was a squatter, somebody said he was serving an eviction.
Yeah.
And my neighbor did say he was a squatter, and I'm like, I'm not running my house.
Can you film this? Because I don't know how necessarily to take this off.
Oh, this is, no, I work for EE. This is just my work from home attire.
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead. When I get home, I'll let you know what the people will make sure.
And I think it was good.
Dan called me, right?
So we won't get in trouble for this time. I'm related.
Dan called me.
Hold on, right after this, it's pausing. Hold on.
They should be like, Whole Foods, there's one of y'all workers is down there.
Okay.
And Dan was like, Jerry's at work. He ain't on no TV. And he said, yes, he is. Gateway Tires, Jerry. So he went downstairs and I'm on D. I'm gone. I'm on TV. He didn't even know I left.
Your work on me like, Mom, how you talking crime? And now you're talking on the news. I said, because I'm out of there. Like, I was frantic this morning. Oh my gosh, I was frantic. Like, oh my gosh, this man is cheating.
Good.
Yeah, which house camera didn't work?
She said this one on the end.
I was going to say, what time is it?
I was like,
yeah, I got the people. It's choppy, you know.
I know it doesn't show the whole thing.
Like, I'm on hold and they're like,
I was trying to see how it downloaded. I couldn't find any. Do you know how to work this?
It's usually just when you go
and I
live.
just seen the officers out there, and I'm like, oh, this is somebody must be in trouble. He must be in trouble. And then when I seen the panorama, I'm like, okay, this is serious. And then
This is a mic.
That's the microphone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you should be able to like chop back and forth, like so
I heard the shot coming. I'm
you would hear it.
Whoa.
You hear it?
No, that's the issue.
I don't trust me.
Did you get that though? Like,
Yeah.
okay.
It's something that can use.
I shouldn't have to, but I don't know how that goes. Well, there was a car chase one time a couple years ago. Police were chasing down, slammed into my house. I had to protect my home. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm like, did you get it?
It's the house after the garage, right? The first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That middle, that one. So you know what? If my ring is probably gonna pick up hers, not so much of his. That's what I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, because one of the other stations had
a direct view.
Like, let's see if I can find it. It was on Twitter. This house with like, you can hear the gunfire. Do you know whose house that is?
Is that right next to him?
Maybe 2 doors down. Would he be over here?
Oh, that's.
There's an orange cone in the front. I think
that's mine. That's my house.
This is your house?
Yeah. Because I got the orange cone right in front of me. Right? The orange cone is right in front of our house. Yeah, from the city. Or maybe that's Angie's. That might be Angie's. Angie's might be picking up.
Is she next door?
But she's not even home.
Could you call her and see if she has that video?
She'll talk to me. But I don't think she's home. She's not even home.
She might have it on her phone, though. That's what I'm thinking. It didn't pick up any audio or anything.
Yes, I think picks up. Well, you know what? It's always picking up people walking.
Yeah.
People like to hear this every time the tape goes.
Ooh. Hey, Jason, AG's office.
Oh, did you cut your mom? Your mom?
That was your mom.
That was my mom. Huh?
This is Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Just a quick question. Is that 4870?
No, I'm 4808. Oh, him?
It's about 70.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah, it's at 4817. Yeah, he finally wrote it.
Did you get anything? Like, could you see it on that?
Yeah, we're 08.
The ring?
So
Yeah.
you might be 17. Yeah, whatever Big Joe's. I don't even know what Big Joe costs. What that number is.
I mean, it's...
Pausing. Hold on.
On the TV and league saying, yesterday you were Gateway Tire Jerry. Dan was like, Jerry's at work. He ain't on no TV and league saying, yesterday you were Gateway Tire Jerry. He said he went downstairs and I'm on.
Because he was so worried.
So you don't know the owner's name, the owner of the home's name?
No, there is no. Oh yeah, no. It's an LLC. I believe it's an LLC.
An LLC.
I do know, but I'm not going to tell you.
No, that's okay.
You can look it up. Yeah, you can look it up by the address and find it. In fact, I'll probably tell you the wrong thing.
No, that's okay.
You know, it is an LLC. And then I'm trying to see if I can find John. If I can find his. How is it where you can look at the pictures at the bottom?
Okay, I'm gonna look to see.
I have it someplace.
Gabby, you're coming up next.
Oh, I'm coming up? Okay, hold on. Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Gabby.
Yep, I'm good.
How are you? Yeah, it's actually straight up.
Okay. Well, I want to... Sorry, there was a spotted lantern fly on me. So I just heard from Sheriff Kraus, who I was texting with earlier. He says about the deputy, he says that the deputy had a head injury from diving for cover while taking on gunfire. So that deputy who we were hearing about earlier was not shot. I did text him back to see what is the latest with the suspect. I am waiting to hear back from him. That is from Sheriff Kraus.
I don't know. Doesn't it kind of look like a robot-y thing?
A robot?
Yeah.
I'm glad I got my work. They're like, you work for Whole Foods? I'm like, no. This is just a work. I work for Bob.
No, it's a hose. Bunch of hoses.
They did something. What did he post? Got me out of here. I was in the basement for 2 hours. Just hauled up in the basement because the shots was everywhere. The shots was too close.
My mom said we were doing good.
It'll come and get me. And the bike, when I was getting ready to call them, they were at the door, banging on the door, saying, we're here to get you out. Oh, that was so scary. But they need to, that man is sick. That man he really needs help. He needs help. He definitely needs help to cause all this commotion and put all these people's lives in danger. Right across the street. Our street don't have that. Our street is quiet. Like, we just have dogs and people that park from children. I'm afraid for the people, the children, all them cars down there. I know those cars got hit. I know those. Oh, actually, you know what? It's street parking. So all the cars are on the opposite side of the road. But still. Yeah. So we're just waiting for the all clear. We're waiting for the all clear, which I don't know how long that's going to be. Lord, who knows? But I got holes in the living room, holes in guess I'll be talking to them once I'm done with, my sister's all done and over with.
Yeah, we good, cousin.
We're definitely fine, so we'll give you a call once we get back in the house at some point. Hopefully soon, but I am okay after the shock. Yeah, it was.
Yes, sir. As soon as I get out of my car. Man, people really do love me, man.
You gotta get the right number. Yeah, I should have gave it to you. You'll definitely have it before the day is over. Okay. Oh, thank you.
Hello.
How are you, honey?
Good, how are you?
I see your ugly faces.
Do you live down there?
People.
My grandparents used to live on Broad Street.
Oh, okay.
Kid
arrest motion, but like on the timeline when it had 10:16 when the first deputy showed up, and I think so. Like they obviously weren't at the house at that point. They were establishing themselves at the garage whenever they were starting to, and then it was probably maybe like 10:40, 10:45 when they started dispersing. Sorry, it was very jumpy because it only recorded the motion, and she said it's new. We couldn't download it from her phone. I was just trying to get it. No. So I was just trying to get something that established a sort of timeline. But when I looked at the live picture on it, there was like nothing on the street except for this swap shop. Okay.
I mean, I see it.
It's armored. It's got
Like arms?
things. No, it's got ramming. It's like ramming. You could like run through the building. It's got tracks. You can rip stuff up with it and go. I've never seen it been used, but I've seen it a bunch.
It's wild looking.
Yeah, they don't use it much. It's like last resort.
Yeah, it says the Rook on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
What?
My source.
Trauma experts as well, so it's a little bit emotional over here. But yeah, excuse me, I just don't want you. I know you didn't want to be on, so I just wanted to move you out of the way. You can see an officer walking up Millvale. Past that officer, though, that's where we see another SWAT truck. We can see a police dog down there as well, some SWAT officers, what I believe to be a police dog. And this has been an area where police have been guarding. There are a number of police officers guarding the intersections, blocking them to make sure no one can get in and out to head to where they are staking out in front of this home. We talked to a woman earlier who said that she actually shares a wall with the suspect, with the person who police are trying to get out of the home there. And she said that this person, who she believes is a squatter and has been staying in that home since the beginning of March, she said that she and her neighbors actually intentionally left today because they knew that this situation was coming. So if we can please play a part of her soundbite, that would be...
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Down on the corner, Broad Street.
Who's talking right now?
Might not be doing much.
But I mean, like, it must be a live reporter because...
Oh, you mean on there. I thought you meant on the scene.
No, I just mean it's like...
Yeah.
I thought maybe they would go straight with the offload here and take the time.
Coming to us.
I'll zoom into that.
They might be moving this car.
They're going to move this car down.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're taller. You might make it further.
I don't think I am.
Where's he going?
Right on the other,
He's got to rough around there a little
on the
bit.
mirror.
Huh?
You got it right on the mirror, can't leave.
Yeah, leave, so.
Mm-hmm.
Put it right on the mirror.
Just wrap it around a little bit more.
They're coming to us.
There you go, all the way around.
Might just.
That's good.
Just wait.
Yeah, Liz, we do. The Rook was just brought in by state police. A number of state troopers also coming in with that device. You can kind of see it down about, I'd say, a block and a half. They're working to unload it right now. It took about 10 to 15 minutes to get to that point, as they had to move a number of these emergency vehicles to get down there, because essentially as soon as officers were arriving on the scene here, they were just parking and running towards that barrage of gunfire that we heard in the first hour that we were out here. Now, just to recap kind of the situation down that road, you have Dearborn and then you have Broad, and that's kind of the focal point from our vantage point, and kind of what we've been hearing here on the scene is sort of where they're congregating in this situation. I did hear officers saying that the negotiators were staging at that corner where the Rook is right now. They have 3 SWAT vehicles on the scene, one from the Attorney General's office, one from county police, as well as one from state police. This is just a massive response. We even saw an officer from Brentwood Police just pull up in the last 15 minutes or so, as well as a number of canine dogs. Again, just to recap, when we first got here, we were told by several witnesses that they heard the sheriff's office calling out, serving this eviction notice, saying they were coming in, knocking that door in with a sledgehammer, and that's when multiple witnesses tell us they saw that suspect with a military-style long gun just start unloading bullets onto the officers there. We're told there's about 5 or 6 deputies at that point, and we did see from ring camera video that all of them dispersed once that gunfire started. Again, those evacuations from people are now safe. We talked to 2 different people that made it out safely. So it's just a very evolving scene right now. You can just see another bomb squad vehicle arriving on scene right now. It's just more equipment, more people as this continues to evolve right now. Gordon, Liz.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me, sir. Do you live down there? No. No, okay.
Yeah.
Two shots of ground.
Well, he said he shot down the person. Right?
Somebody shot her.
Yeah.
I wonder if she got out. Hey, hold on, wait. Here's this girl. Excuse me, ma'am. Did you just get out of a home down there?
Hey, I'll take some pics for you.
He's from Bubba. The guy named Charles. To be. Yeah, right.
Oh, check it out. Yeah. They can see everything. I'm sure we can radio him down when he sees. He's right telling him. Where do I see him? Check that out. He's ready to have a gun up there. Nah, you're right. You're not. You're not gonna hit nothing. You're too far down.
That's that he's launching a missile launcher. We're safe.
He hit the drones up where he shot them down.
Did he really?
Yeah, see that? 2 drones. He come on and shot them down. That's why they're bringing in the heavy artillery. That's why I heard. I seen one flying around. I heard he blew them drones out of the sky and he went back in.
Where's that drone?
We'd have to fly up there. I mean, when the cops see that, they'll be who the operating that thing. No, you ain't doing it. You're not doing it.
No, not even in the back.
No, not even.
It's all blocked off now. Beforehand, it was wide open.
Probably,
Walk right down.
I can drive around my bike. Okay.
I'm going to step out. There's a lot of gunfire coming down the hill here. Can you guys hear that? Gordon, at this point, I don't know, but since we've been out here, this is the most gunfire we have probably heard in a small time period. And that's how we've been hearing this gunfire, is that every so often there'll be a lull and then there'll be a ton of gunfire. This is probably the longest gunfire that we have had. County SWAT did just show up to the scene, and then shortly after that, that is when we heard the Allegheny County Bomb Squad just showed up to the scene, and then shortly after that, as soon as they turned, that's when we heard it. But back to you guys.
Team here, the Rook just showed up with our CERT team, right? So right now we're going to work with Allegheny Emergency Services Centers, the city SWAT, and etc. To focus on how we're going to best handle the situation. But the Troop B major case team will be taking over this investigation, so that's the state police. And I will try to update you guys as best I can up here.
Why would state police be taking this over? You know, it's taking so long for, you guys to get him out of there. Right.
Well, this turns right into an active shooter situation, right? And then it proceeds into a barricaded aspect inside a house. So first, officers on scene arrive very quickly, and now that incident is always developing. As we just heard about, 30 to 40 gunshots go back and forth. So we're actively working with all emergency crews here on scene to make sure we end this in the safest way possible.
I was going to say number one priority is to keep the people in this area safe.
Right now, all of our crews with state police, city, and all the other agencies, including the sheriffs, our number one goal right now is to make sure everyone evacuates this area, right? Especially those maybe still stuck inside houses like they were this morning.
Do you have a number how many people have been evacuated thus far?
I don't right now. Like I said, right now we're trying to evacuate. You can hear it behind me. Our CERT team will be handling what they need to handle. So,
why is state police taking over this investigation in the middle of the city of Pittsburgh?
Yeah, right now there's a lot of different variables that are actively ongoing right now. So we thought it was best case what happened all the way through this morning that we are going to take over this incident.
Any idea how many officers are down there? I mean, it just looks like people from all across Western PA.
Yeah, I don't want to give you a number right now because I will undershoot that, right? Right now we have a lot of different agencies all working together right now, and we want to resolve this in the best way possible.
Rocker, we're hearing this gunfire. Is it coming from police or is it coming from the suspect or back and forth?
Right. I think we just sent up a couple more drones. Was not the first time the suspect did shoot at earlier previous drones, right? So right now it's an active gunfire situation right now. With that, I will leave you with that and update you guys as best as possibly can. Be checking on our Troop BPIO Twitter account for updated information, okay?
Just one more question before you go. We're hearing that they're calling for more ammunition. Is there a concern that there's so much rounds fired? You guys need more ammunition brought in?
Right, that's always a thought. It's a really good question, actually. But right now, we're focusing on any and all troops in the area to help out with Troop B Major Case Team. So you might see some other units from D, E, A, and etc. coming in right now to assist our CERT team and other members throughout the city with this investigation. Yep, Trooper Rocco Gagliardi. That's ROCCO-GAGLIARDI. I will head back down there.
Rocco, was there contact with them at all?
Contact? Our CERT team just showed up now. Our situational CERT team as well. When it comes time for negotiators, they just arrived on scene as well then, right, with that rook. So that might take time. That might be very quick. I'll update you guys the best I can about that. All right? Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
If there's more than one shooter. Question, guys. More than one shooter. I don't know what that was. What happened was he was shooting out front?
No, I was talking.
They're in the back. They're in the back.
Yeah.
Coming from both ends.
Sure. Yeah.
I wonder if we got this on.
Oh, really?
If safety's not one, why didn't you talk to all of us instead of going straight?
Watch yourself, man.
I'm not trying to.
Yeah, sorry.
Especially in like a situation like this, this is purely a therapy.
Yeah, that's good to see you.
Let's grab
Stand by, Jason. I'm gonna go this way.
Yeah.
Okay. They're coming to me after Rick. He's still talking. Our car's right there. We're right by that sign. The walk sign. We're right there. Did you say you left your phone in the car?
My sources tell me the shooting began about 10:50, so that would have been before that 10:58 slot in that ring doorbell. Then at 11:01, the ring doorbell shows 4 officers on scene, and then finally at 11:04, a SWAT vehicle moves in. So you're absolutely correct, Ford. They obviously had that SWAT vehicle on standby, close by, close proximity, in case anything went bad here. And because that typically takes much longer to get a SWAT vehicle there. And obviously, it's your due to the standard she said, because they knew that this was happening this morning and they felt this was kind of a dangerous situation, they made sure they left the neighborhood.
That's the back.
Surrounding that area there on Matilda and Broad Street and Matilda and Jordan Way. This is an entire area that's been locked down by a massive police presence from SWAT teams from all over the area, and now state troopers being called all over the area as well. And they're continuing to make sure all people who are still in their homes are safe, as we are now seeing that another vehicle right actually makes the hook. I don't believe that's the rook. Is that a different vehicle you're seeing out there? It looks like a different vehicle. That is indeed a state police taxi vehicle as well. So it looks like state police are bringing in a number of resources. And if memory serves me correct, I think they have 2 special emergency response teams, one in the west and one in the east, the eastern part of the state. So obviously these teams will be moving in when they get on scene. It'll take some time for those CERT team members to get in because they come from all over western Pennsylvania. So it'll take some time, but that does indeed look like another tactical vehicle that state police are bringing in as well.
Thank you. This was like for several hours, a lot of equipment. This is actually a live shot from Channel 11 Sports. Walk us through what you're seeing out there. Looks like they're running around. It's very tense.
Absolutely, Liz. We actually just got an update from state police who say Troop B has now taken over this investigation. If you're not familiar, that is PSP Pittsburgh out of the Moon Barracks. They're telling us that they're bringing in a number of different pieces of equipment. Obviously, you're seeing one right now that's just been unloaded from one of their trucks. They've also just brought in the rope, and they've also brought in their own negotiation team. So according to state police, they're trying to gather everything together before they work to make contact up. Again, we're hearing another round of gunfire. You can hear dozens of shots right now as this is actively happening. We did ask state police that gunfire is coming from police or the suspect. They said at this point it appears to be coming from both, as both are firing back and forth at each other. Obviously, hundreds of shots we've heard at this point over the last few hours we've been out here. I asked state police if there's a concern at this point of not having enough ammunition on the scene, as we've seen boxes of ammunition coming out of different law enforcement vehicles and taken down to the scene. They tell me that is a concern at any point when you have this many rounds being fired off, and that's why they're calling in agencies from across western Pennsylvania, telling us you're not just going to see state police from Troop B, but Troop D, just multitudes of places across the area right now. Again, they are bringing in their own negotiation team who has just now arrived on the scene, as well as more equipment. Multiple blocks here just blocked by police at this point in time. Again, state police taking over this investigation, saying it's going to take time to get everything in place, and as soon as they have an update, they'll be sure to bring it to us. Gordon, Liz?
We're trying. He busted his finger.
I'll get the fly bar.
Yeah.
I don't let someone fall.
No, I got you.
Yeah, we did it, but I'm in. What?
There you go. Transition to me. That too.
So it needs flipped over.
Trapped up in the house.
Hey guys, just let it go. I got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Right, no more?
They're not all. Well, not all. 25.
That's my friend right there with the Irish dress.
There's probably no going up until
I know.
So yeah.
Stand by.
It's been emotional here.
Mm-hmm. Liz and Gordon, it is unnerving. At times, those gunshots felt like sounded like they were so close. My photographer and I kind of ran back a little bit, but again, we have been told by police that we are safe in this area, so we are feeling comfortable with that. As for this location, it's sort of become an emotional spot for people as neighbors are reuniting with each other. We've seen some people hugging one another, and you know, this has been emotional for all of those people and traumatic for all of those people who live down that way. But Georgiana, if we can come back over this way, I want to give you a look down Millvale, where you can see that is where most of the police officers, in our view, are congregating. We see a SWAT truck down there. We saw that's the AG SWAT truck, I believe, and then we also saw the bomb squad truck with the county. When we are hearing those gunshots, they are coming from what sounds like the left of your TV screen, and really something that I noticed. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. That's okay. Okay. Sorry. That was a little unnerving, but a police truck just drove up behind us and is trying to get down to the scene. So they set off their siren, and it made us jump for a second. But you can see that truck going down the hill there to where all those officers are on Millvale. So anyway, something I noticed, as I was saying beforehand, a lot of that gunfire seems to be coming to the left of your screen there. So when that gunfire is happening, those officers who are standing in the middle of Millvale, they don't seem to be jumping or anything like an average person would be. They just kind of are standing in their position and staying there and almost listening and hearing and watching what is going down. So I mentioned this earlier, but again, as we are getting concerned and, you know, frightened of the gunfire at times, everyone in this area, you know, our instinct is to run away, but again, these officers are running to the gunfire, to the barrage and the rapid gunfire. So I just, you know, when you think about that for a minute, I mean, they really are, this is what they signed up to do, and these are their jobs. So, you know, I think a thank you to them for dealing with this incident out here may be warranted. So, again, very tense out here at times when you hear that gunfire. A lot of people here just bringing out their phones and trying to record. But for the most part, things are calm at the moment. It's probably been about 15-20 minutes or so since we have heard that last rapid gunfire. Oh, my photographer is zooming in. Looks like a bunch of officers are now heading to the back of that SWAT truck there. I'm not sure. Did you see what they brought out, Georgianne? Or?
They're being handed boxes.
Oh, they're
it might be lunch.
Oh, okay. Okay. It sounds like they're being handed boxes, but unclear what exactly that is at the moment. But yeah, so again, still very active out here. Nothing has changed as far as the scene. Still a very large scene. So we're just working to learn the latest, continuing to talk with sources and the people who are out here who are directly impacted in this community. Thank you.
You know why? All the camera angles are different angles. They'll never.
Yeah, but I have boots. I have boots that are bigger. Okay. We'll do fine, Gab.
It's good to be young. Yeah, it's good to be young.
Yeah,
right?
I know. Sierra. Hey, Sierra, it's Judy. Hey, do me a favor. Gabby went to try and search on otherwise. So she's not around to take a live shot right now. But I'm available for the guide pictures. I'm still here. She's just trying to get her car to us. Okay? I just want to know what's wrong with the situation.
Hey, you know my answer?
Stop.
Hey.
Area to shelter. Please, if you are sheltering in your home, you are asked to call 911, give your location as well as your information so police can help you get safely out of your home. At this point, it's a waiting game as we're waiting to see what happens with these negotiation teams as well as state police equipment. David, Lisa.
Yeah, David, we are here.
I'm not sure if you can hear me okay. I'm going to step out of the shot so you guys can see what's actually going on out here. We still have a ton of crews on scene. We do know that the Rook was brought in not too long ago, and that was described to me by somebody in law enforcement essentially as a bobcat with a battering ram on the front that can essentially go in and plow down anything in its path. We've also seen other heavy machinery from state police. I know Rick mentioned there's like an east and a west branch that kind of keeps some of this equipment. That was all brought in, and they have continued to bring in a ton of resources. We do want to tell you just the latest on what we're hearing about this suspect, 63-year-old William Hardinson Jr. There are reports from neighbors that he has been living as a squatter in this home for the past several months. We have neighbors telling us that multiple people have called to report him, saying that they believed he was violent and they were very concerned about him. One neighbor tells me he actually had all of the windows boarded up with big "do not enter" signs on them, as well as some signs in the front yard of that location. So a lot of neighbors very much on edge, and as we've reported, some of them even left their homes when they learned that that eviction notice was going to be served today. So just a waiting game out here. We know there are a lot of reinforcements being brought in for these officers and the SWAT officers on scene too. Still a ton of SWAT officers with rifles being brought in continuously. We've actually seen crews bringing boxes of ammunition down to the scene. So there is clearly, that just goes to show you how many gunshots have been exchanged. I would say hundreds, but I think it's probably thousands at this point. I have truly never heard or seen anything like it. I do see the public safety director here at the corner. We're going to try to grab him and see if there are any updates. But still status quo out here several hours into this. We will let you know if there's any sort of a resolution. We do know that that heavy machinery was just brought in a short time ago, as well as a robot. And we are still listening to neighbors and hearing their concerns, and we'll keep you posted with anything that we hear. Back to you.
Just served 20 years in the military and seen.
Yeah, Lisa, I would say it's probably, it's hard to gauge because we've had these like lulls of nothing and then this intense gunfire. Maybe a half hour ago or so.
And
Tom,
I knew immediately what it was and left. That is it.
Do you know your next door neighbor?
No, I don't know these people whatsoever. No idea. All I know is people came, I'm guessing he was being evicted, and he did not like it. That's the only information I got.
Terrifying that, I mean, like, it's your next door neighbor.
Correct. It is very terrifying. It's terrifying for the whole community because you just never know what is going on in someone's head, and you never know clearly what is going to happen when people are faced with adversity after COVID, actually. That's what I feel. So, and given the fact that what we're hearing is he just lost his brother, I guess, a couple of months ago. So, obviously mental health is big, but yes, it was scary. And I just wish that this turns out pretty decent.
How did you get to safety? I mean, if you're hearing all that, I mean, when we got here, you could hear it. Like, I mean, how did you safely get out?
Oh, we ran around the back, and I don't know the streets. Whatever alley was right behind there, and came straight up whatever that street is over there. Yeah.
That was your immediate thought, was just get out of here.
Yes, always. Anytime you hear gun violence, you want to move yourself as far away as possible. So that's what we did.
Is it shocking to you just hearing the amount of gunfire? I mean, you've got to have fired hundreds of shots at this point.
It is shocking that anyone has this amount of ammunition. And it's shocking that this isn't kept track of. Nobody should have this amount of ammunition to be going on for all these hours. Nobody. So it's terrifying, especially when you have kids. You know, you see all these kids, dogs, families in the area. You know, it's very bad. And it seems like this is an area that Pittsburgh is trying to concentrate on and make an upcoming neighborhood. So for this to happen also, too, is kind of a sour spot now for investors and everybody, because you don't want to invest in a neighborhood where you're going to have this.
So you're kind of just, you're waiting at this point.
Yes. Waiting for my vehicle, my car, something to get home.
You tell me your first last name?
Derek Miller.
Just D-E-R-E-K?
E-K, yes.
Okay, thank you, Derek. We appreciate it.
You can't go to Gabby. You cannot go to Gabby. I called like 10 minutes ago. You can take my picture. I'm going to go get my car.
It's just a, well, we don't know, like you get in, you know what I mean, you get in, you determine the area, right now we're going to choose it as a fourth person. Keep the premise, I never. Oh, that's my idea right now.
And do you know, you said you don't live in the area?
I live in Mount Lebanon.
Oh, okay, you're in. I thought you were like from the area.
No. No, I grew up in the city of Philadelphia. I'm never living in the city. Any city. I lived in Philly. I lived in Manhattan. I'm okay with living in the city.
You do the high school as your occupation?
I do it for fun at the time. I just did 20 years ago. Something to do. I got bored sitting at home, to be honest with you. So me and my brother started Miller and Home Remodeling. I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
I just asked. We're just going to keep it amongst this group, and then I'm going to try and find a way home because tomorrow my kids start school for the first time in my living room, and I'm trying to get back to school. Yeah. I'm really trying to get home.
Hey, brother, how much you bought the place for?
I don't disclose that.
Put that on the county website.
I buy it. I get this back.
Go to the floor again. Get louder.
Tell me about our water. Your car.
Hello? 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 No, not at this moment. Maybe in about an hour he will be out. Yeah, this is a good call back number.
Okay. I don't have a photographer right now. He ran to get a battery, so you're gonna have to stand by for a second. Same team. Hey, can you run my live shot real quick? Okay, Tom's gonna run it. Do you have a soundbite turned around, or you just want me to paraphrase? Okay.
You doing something now?
They're running a bite and then coming to me. It's raining. Well, David, Lisa, I actually just talked to another person who lives right next door. He just bought the house next to where this is happening. He tells me that he's just spent 20 years in the military, initially heard that gunfire, and immediately was like, I have to get out of here. He said he was safely able to run out the back of the home that he's currently remodeling, run up the alleyway, and back up here to safety. But now he's stuck. He says he doesn't know exactly what to do because obviously all of his belongings and everything are are down in that direction, but he's just safe and happy that he's up here. But the one big thing that he pointed out, we've pointed out, is just the amount of ammunition that this man has. Since we've been out here at 11 a.m., we've heard hundreds and hundreds of gunshots. And the question that this man brought up to us is, how and why does someone have this much ammunition in their home that they're continuing to unload on police? In fact, not 15 minutes ago, we actually saw officers take more boxes of ammunition down to Broad and Jordan Way, where all of this is happening. It has been quiet, though, I'd say in the last 10 minutes, just a lot of officers moving in different directions. It seems formulating a plan. It's not clear at this point if the negotiators have started talking to that suspect, but there seems to be a lot of movement happening here, officers going into different businesses. So just a lot of action happening at the moment as we wait to get an update from state police or the city of Pittsburgh on what's currently happening out here. But just again, a reminder that all of these evacuations are still happening. If you are in your home, not in a safe location, police are urging you to shelter in place. David, Lisa?
Yeah.
Sorry, there's just a bunch of SWAT.
Thanks.
First guy's good cheek up and say, look at the next ones.
Maybe, right? No. That's Tom. Is that your phone now?
No, she is. Stays on track.
I'm on 18%.
With what?
Well, you gotta be getting down there too, isn't it? Brian's on his way now.
I'll be back.
Yeah, lunch would have been nice 4 hours ago.
Rocco took off his vest. Yeah.
Yes, you would just say
Stop it.
Yeah. Okay, real good. Nothing matters to bring charges. No. Here. Did that work? Okay. On the live view?
They say we were bringing plugs?
Charges. What does that mean?
Oh, I asked for portable, like locks. A portable one.
No, for these things.
There's
they have a portable one that they had for the battery? Yeah, for the light.
What do you have to?
Have something portable?
Do you have to switch this?
No, I don't know the battery. Didn't they have some for the trial? I remember seeing some emails.
Yeah.
There was like Andy had it, and they said if anyone needed to charge their live view.
What are you on?
I don't know. Let's hit the screen, it'll brighten up. Touch the screen.
23.
What are you on? 16. Oh, I was way more efficient.
I'm ready if you're ready. Stand by. David and Lisa, the last 30 minutes or so, we have seen a number of SWAT officers walk up to the scene here with full tactical gear on, their uniforms on, and then head down South Millville or North Millville Ave. They all headed that way and kind of have gone into their own little positioning, I guess you could say. What we see here in the distance, you could see that AG's SWAT truck in the distance with the Pittsburgh police car next to it. And then you see a number of officers just coming and going from this general area. On Millville Ave, this seems to be the congregation spot. This seems to be where officers are kind of coming up with their plans. We see a lot of times in this area, a lot of officers, and they all sort of, go off in their own specific way. But back up here on, if we could bring it up this way, Georgia, and we see a police officer on his motorcycle, another one standing in the intersection. They are not letting anyone go through this way. I just actually went off not too long ago to get our car to bring it closer closer, and it was very difficult just getting a few blocks over because this whole part of town is essentially shut down, blocked off. And something we mentioned earlier, this is bringing a lot of public interest. These people are all out here to essentially spectate. We've seen people come and go, taking pictures, taking video, a lot of them coming up to us, asking us what's going on, what's the latest, and we try to fill them in as best we can. But in this area earlier, I did speak to a woman who says that she shares a wall with the suspected gunman in this situation. She said, I heard you mention this earlier, David, that they specifically, she and her neighbors all got out for the day because they knew that this eviction situation was happening today, and they were concerned that it could get out of hand. She called him unstable and unpredictable, so they intentionally left their neighborhood so they would not be here because they were afraid something could happen, and that's exactly what did happen. There have been constant moments of gunfire throughout the morning into the afternoon. We have been out here for some of it. It has been quite a little bit of time since we have heard gunfire, but when that does happen, it gets very tense and very quiet out in this area as people just kind of watch on and wait to see what happens next. Back to you guys. Yes, when we actually got on scene, I went over and asked an officer if we are safe here, if we are okay. And at that point, there was a lot of chaos, and it wasn't really certain where everyone could go. But we made sure that we are in a safe spot. We feel comfortable here. However, when we do hear those gunshots, it's scary. You know, not every day that you hear something like that, and it's rapid, one after another, one after another. But we, because there are so many spectators and police have not moved anyone, we believe we are in a safe spot. So we are on Penn Avenue where it meets Millvale Ave. And I believe there's Gem Way, and then I believe there is Dearborn after that, and the street after that, excuse me, I can't read it from here. That is where police seem to be spending most of their attention, over to probably the left of your screen. Yeah, the left of what you are seeing right now. That is where we hear most of the gunfire. So we are at least 3 streets away from where we are hearing that rapid gunfire, which we have not heard in quite a bit. But I believe my photographer Georgiana is showing an EMT technician, and you can see he has a helmet on. He has his headgear on, and that's kind of unusual. We see these technicians at most of the scenes that we go to, and they're not really ever wearing their gear, their helmets and some of their tactical gear, and that is what we have seen a lot out here. So it just kind of gives you an idea of the gravity of the situation, just how intense it could be, or how intense it has been, I should say. But yeah, things have seemed to calm down here for a little bit, but that's kind of what we have been thinking. We've been thinking that, oh, maybe it's over, maybe there's been a development. I did text Sheriff Krause to see if there's any update on the gunman, suspected gunman, and I've not heard back from him. Obviously, he's very busy. But yeah, it's sort of a lull right now, and it's just that question, are we going to hear more of that gunfire? And that's, again, unfortunately, one of those moments where things get really tense. Thank you. So I'm going to shut this off because I think you have like one battery.
Yeah, I have
We did our first live shot at like 11:15.
Yeah, it was just after 11.
It's what, 3?
Yeah.
2:30.
What time is it?
2:30.
Tell them the words and Dawn them.
Oh, you?
I'm good to go, yep. Gonna take us again. I can't see them, but I could get the call on that. They're under the tent, which is 2 blocks from our access, but I can get them to say something. Is that what you want me to do? Okay. It does kind of appear to be like winding down a little bit, but let me see if I can get that to someone. You want to text me the number? Okay. Bye. That's her family member. She's upset.
I got the drone. And I got the ropes. And I got the guy with guns.
You feel that?
Got all that.
You get that?
Got all that.
All right. We're gonna do
just go get my umbrella.
It's not over, that's for sure.
Hey.
Right. I'm a little closer if you want to do that.
No, I got it. Yeah.
You ain't got her at all.
I can just hold it.
I was going to say, the end was over there.
Thank you.
I'm trying to find you.
Thank you. Tom, you want
I'm over by the camera.
to? Yeah.
No, I'll put in my truck in a minute and get
No,
mine.
don't get it. They only give you this whole
My ID dropped out.
Good son.
You see Scott's text? Yeah, he called me.
Why?
Suspect's son just called the newsroom and said he wants to try to talk to his dad to get him to come out. Why are these IFUs dropping?
Every day, right?
Every day. I usually have to dial in at least twice.
I know. My hair's going to be a mess. You need both.
That's wild. Yeah, that's what he called me for.
Who was it? No, who called you?
Scott. To try to, he said to try to get it to Kara or, but they haven't, no, but they haven't given me the number yet. That's what I'm waiting for. No, like I keep asking to like get someone to give us this info to, and but he hasn't given it to me. He's like, we don't want to just give it to anyone. Like, toss the sound into me.
Good chance. Right?
Why you want to go down to county? What's today? What's today? Monday, Tuesday? Tuesday, there's Wednesday? Sort of a mystery meet. Huh? Nah, yeah, so you don't have to spam to pencil down there, dude. Spam. You don't get spam down there. That's like $400 at a time. The right time. The right time is expensive.
Yeah, and even Lisa, it's been quiet for the past several minutes right now. You can see the crews down there. They actually, we had a little bit of rain come through. They popped up a tent. It looks like that tent maybe is back down now. But all those folks that you're seeing down in the middle of North and Hilda Street, those are all first responders. There are a ton of SWAT teams that are still out there, and we are being told this is not over. This is still ongoing. We're now going into several hours. We've seen more and more crews putting boxes of ammunition down, cases of water. These crews have been out here for several hours now, and it seems like they just keep replenishing things for these folks. We have not heard of a change of gunfire in quite some time, but you can see all those crews are still, on standby. We did see the roof go down, as well as another piece of heavy machinery. And that was the last law enforcement source.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is essentially a bobcat that is able to plow through anything and go through anything. It's all bulletproof. And we can hear, crews still trying to get this gentleman to come out safely It's now going, several hours into this. We will keep you posted, and if we learn anything new, we will pass it along. Guys, back to you. Sorry, Tom.
Looks like they're. It looks like they're putting that state police vehicle back on the thing.
Definitely was that.
Yeah. There's only.
Yeah, Lisa, so far we have talked to several witnesses on the scene. I know you just played a little bit of our interview with Derek Miller. He told us that he heard that gunfire. He's been in the military for 20 years, immediately ran out the back door to get to safety. He's just waiting to see what happens. That was his next door neighbor. If you take a look, we're seeing a little bit more activity when it comes to state police vehicles right now. That armed vehicle did in fact go down Jordan Way as well as Broad Street, and it is now coming back towards the initial truck that it came off of. Still a lot of officers milling around, talking to a lot of people in this area, interviewing different people to find out if they know the suspect, if they're connected to him at all. We're actually seeing a drone, it actually just came down out of the air. One other thing to note, there's actually a trauma response team out here now. They're working with the Center for Victims, connecting with all of the people that were stuck inside their homes, have evacuated, just trying to figure out what they can do to help the people in this situation as they wait to be able to get back to their home safely. So just a lot happening behind the scenes out here, both in front of the crime scene tape as well as behind us. So it's still just a waiting game right now to get an update from State Police or the City of Pittsburgh on what's going on.
Every night, and I was using their cheese sauce.
I did see at least one ATF officer arriving on the scene. He started going down the direction earlier when we were out here. We also saw the FBI, so a number of federal organizations coming out and joining this situation. As far as I know, that was the only ATF officer we saw, but again, this situation is multiple blocks, so for all we know, there could be more ATF officers coming in from other directions at this point.
You gotta try, man.
Sounds good, I will. We used to do
Listen, if you ever go to A-Plus, if you ever go to A-Plus, okay, buy your two running noodles there. Cook them in the microwave there with the cheese bag, the cheese bags.
We are dead.
Not anymore.
Serving that eviction notice. The defendant living in that house for over 5 months without paying any rent. So there you guys go. You have that eviction notice.
And actually, are you on a different line you right now?
Yeah, we're just running the camera at the moment. Somebody's dead.
These officers are going to be showing up at his door, ready, knocking on the door, basically.
I'm not sure who wants on these.
There without any rights for the last 5 months or so. So he was ready for them. Yeah, he was essentially ready for when they kicked down the door, knocked down the door, and he was armed and ready for those officers when they moved in this morning. And it appears that officers
Sit down. There are people who are like being escorted out. They're coming up the sidewalk. You know what? I'm going to try to get these people who were just escorted out of the house. If they come over here.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I need you to bring that back. All right. Beverages, food.
Might as well just pass it down. You should just leave the bag.
Gotta travel around and see who else might need stuff.
Thank you.
Georgianne and Gabby are somewhere, but I'm not sure where. They were up on the roof.
And Tom is here somewhere too.
Well, he just ran down.
He just went to get a battery or something.
He's parked out.
Excuse me, ladies. Will you guys in here?
Also, I have a tent.
No, okay, good. I'm glad to be quarantined. People who live on the street, yeah. My grandmother lived on the street. Yeah. She got out okay.
Yep. Your mother-in-law?
My grandmother.
Oh, your grandmother.
My mother.
Which one is she here?
She's in the black and white shirt.
Did she have to get like escorted out and everything? Do you think she'd be interested in talking with us or
She
no?
might. Let me see. Mom.
Okay, I don't want to pressure her.
My mom does, so it don't matter.
Okay. Hey, man.
Hi, how you doing?
My name's Gabriella.
Gabriella,
I'm
I
so
see you
glad
all the
you're
time.
okay.
Yeah,
I'm so
I
glad
am.
you're okay. Oh, she lives next to you.
Yeah.
Would you mind talking to us real quickly? Okay, I'm so glad you're. Oh,
No,
watch out! I
I'm
don't want you
good.
to trip over this.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
trip
fine.
on
I'll
that.
see you.
Watch my cord. Step over.
Yeah, I don't want you to get. I don't want you to get.
Okay.
Okay. There you go.
Okay.
This is my photographer, Georgianne. You have a beautiful smile.
Thank
I'm sure
you,
people
Georgie.
probably tell you that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So you live 2 doors down?
I live 2 doors up from him.
Okay. So what did you experience this morning?
Well, this morning, I knew it was going to happen, but I didn't think it was going to really happen. But I knew because he refused to share us a couple times. So it was 20 after 10. I was getting ready to go out to move my car so I can go take my daughter-in-law to the dentist. I was going to move my car up because it was going to be too early for me to leave. So I was going to move my car. So just about 10:30, I got ready to leave, and the officer told me no, to go back in. So I went back in. So I was all over my house, hiding on the floor, under the bed, in the cupboard. So when it first went off, when it first seen the first sheriff car, I seen them all standing down there on Millville. And so I called my son. I said, well, they're out here, Kenny. And he was at work. And he said, are you okay, Ma? I said, I'm fine. So then I went to the back, went upstairs, looked out the back, and I seen the sheriff wagon in the back. Then next thing I looked out again, I seen all these police cars and all these sheriffs and stuff. And I said, oh, my God. I knew because he's crazy. I dealt with him when his brother passed away. He was so ignorant and so rude to the doctors and everything. It just hurt me and his sister to the point that we just gave up. So he'd been there since March. So he had called the police about 3 weeks after he'd been there. So I said to the police officer, I said, if you've been in the house 3 weeks and noticed some firearms are stolen and cars are gone, why would you wait 3 weeks? You would have noticed that when you first went in there. He goes, I thought something was funny. That's why he came back to talk to me. So he reported the car and the weapon stolen. So I told the police officer, them weapons and the cars had been gone before the brother had passed away. Now, him and the brother never got along. They never got along. So I told the policeman that I said the brother and him never got along. And I said, as far as the firearms and the vehicles, they had been promised out before the brother got real sick. So
what happened today?
Today, when the police came.
When you heard that?
I was on the floor in the bedroom, sitting beside my bed. So when I heard them loud booms, I went up under my bed. And then after it quieted down, I went in my bedroom cupboard, and then I heard it again, and everybody was calling me and asking, was I safe? I said, I'm fine. I'm in the cupboard. So my son and my mailman told me to go down the basement. I said, I'm fine. I'm away from the window. So my son said, Mom, please go down the basement. So I said, okay. So I went down the basement, and I stayed there. Everybody was calling me, and then my son has a friend that worked for the police force. He said, Mom, Mr. Mike is going to call you and tell you to stay put, that the police is going to call you. So while I was on the phone with something else, I seen the Pittsburgh City call. So I thought it was a scam, so I didn't answer it because I was on the other phone, my house phone. So when I called back, the lady told me this was Sergeant Mitchell, and she was calling me and asking was I okay and where was I at, and I told her, and she told me to stay there. And I said, that's where I'm staying. She said, we're setting up an evacuation plan, and she said that they'll be in to get you, so this and all. So the owner called me and asked me, was my doors unlocked? And I said, no, my doors ain't locked. He said, you got to unlock them or else they're going to kick your door. And I said, no, they're not going to kick it down. I'll go up there and unlock the front door and the back door.
Were you scared?
Oh, yes. My heart was pounding. I was so scared. So I called Mike back, and I told Aaron back, I told him that both my doors is unlocked, so they can come either way. So whenever they came to get me, he came in. The city police came first, and then a tactic guy came, a squad guy. And he said, Miss Patterson, this is the plan. So he told me what to do, and I was shaking. I was out of breath. He said, you okay? I said, I'm fine. So then that's how he got me out. He told me one tactic guy will be behind me. I'll be in front of somebody, hold the one paramedic's book bag, and the other one will lead. So I said, where are we going out? He said, out the front. He said, you're going to hear some loud noise. So I heard the noise. He said, okay. So they had backed the truck all the way back to my steps on the walkway.
How'd you get up here? You walked?
Yeah, the police lady walked me up here. And I'd seen Mike, the policeman that my son know. I told him thanks a lot, and I gave him a big hug, and he said, you're welcome. He said, as long as you're safe, I'm safe.
What's your name, ma'am?
Cheryl Patterson.
S-H-I-R-L?
No, C-H-E-R-Y-L.
Patterson?
I'm with 2 T's.
Okay, and how old are you now?
I'm 50. I'm 50. I wish I was 75.
75, you were hiding under your bed in the basement.
I did. I was all over my house. The bath.
You guys knew that this was coming.
Yeah.
How did you know?
Well, because my neighbor.
Hey, excuse me, come here.
My neighbor had told me that they were going to evict him at 10:30. Now that's a nephew.
It's a nephew of him?
Of him. I don't know who them two fellas is, but that one is a nephew.
Hang on. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You go be safe. Thank you. I'm so glad you're safe.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. Yes, I'm ready when you guys are. Okay, I just don't want you to fall with this, Georgianne. No, this is good. Okay, I think they're coming to me soon. I think they're coming to me soon. She said that was his nephew. He looked.
I just couldn't do it.
No. Okay.
Gabby, there was at one point, but they're not out anymore. There was that house up on the corner. That
stand by.
Filled.
Okay. Okay. David, well, as we were standing here, we saw a mom, a little girl, and another woman be escorted up the hill by police. I actually spoke to another woman who was escorted out of her home earlier today. She's a 75-year-old woman. She said at one point today she was hiding under her bed, hearing all of that gunfire. She said she was so scared that she was shaking. She said her son called her, her friends and family were calling her to make sure that she was okay. They pleaded with her to get down in the basement to try to protect herself, because at that point no one really knew what was going on. She said that she was hiding in her basement, and eventually she said that a police officer and a tactical officer came and rescued her. They came through the front door. She said that one was in front of them, her leading the way, the other one was behind her, and they were just slowly moving out of the house to keep her safe. Those two officers, the SWAT officer and the police officer, were there to make her safe, make her feel safe, and to keep her safe. I asked her about, she says she lives 2 doors away from this suspected shooter. She told me that he was just known in the neighborhood, known in the area for being problematic. She said that the neighbors amongst themselves had found out that he was being evicted today, or the eviction notice was being presented to him today. And so they all were kind of on guard and prepared for this moment, because she said it was not going to go well. So another woman I spoke with earlier said that her family made her get out of Dodge just in case anything scary happened, and that's exactly what happened today. But this woman, just imagine, you know, some of our mothers, our grandmothers, 75 years old, hiding under her bed, hearing that gunfire over and over and over again, and not knowing what to do. My heart just breaks for her fear that she may have felt in that moment. And then eventually going down to the basement at the request of her family members and friends who were calling her, and then being escorted out of that home. I just can't imagine. She said she was so terrified that her hands were shaking. So So again, very scary situations and scary stories that we are hearing from people who had to be escorted out of their homes. One little girl I saw was talking to the other, I mentioned a little girl was out with her mom. I saw her talking with a social worker. She looked no older than 8 or 9. So just imagine that traumatic event for a young child. As for the scene out here, a lot of the same. Things are, they haven't settled down, I would say, but we haven't heard any of that gunfire, which is a good thing. But still seeing SWAT officers, still all taped off throughout here, police officers everywhere you look, medics everywhere you look. It's still very, very active. We see firefighters here as well. And again, a number of people who are also being reunited with their neighbors. The woman I just interviewed and the woman I interviewed earlier, I saw them give each other a big hug, and just they were thankful that they were thankful to see each other. And I'm just hearing in my ear from our producer now that we have some of her interview. So if we could play some of that, that would be great.
I can do that. You don't need to watch. If they can do it, I can do it.
So I can't even imagine what she went through, hiding in the cupboard at one point. I also heard Rick mention that police have been possibly communicating with some of his family members. This is according to people who were out here, including that woman who you just heard from. She said that the suspect's nephew is out here as well. And we have seen this man who she was referring to go amongst the police lines and here, I'm going to grab this umbrella as it starts kind of raining here. Thanks, Georgianne. You know, going down to the police officers. He came up here very frantic. We saw him crying earlier. So from what we are told from people who live in this area, the neighbors, that is his nephew also on scene. And again, Rick mentioned that he may be talking, police may be talking to other family members of the suspects as well. Back to you. Thank you. So in the last 15 minutes, we saw that mom and the little girl be escorted by a police officer from their home. So the woman who I just interviewed, actually, she told me that she thought she was getting a phone call, and it showed up as like Pittsburgh police or something like that on her caller ID. And she told me she thought it was a scam. So she didn't know what to do. She eventually, I guess, answered the phone or made communication some way, and that's when they came into her home and were able to get her to safety and calm her nerves, because, like I said, she said she was shaking inside as she was hiding in her cupboard and underneath her bed. You know, I actually just checked with the woman, the first woman, who she says she shares a wall with the suspect. She said that I believe her 2 dogs are, she left her 2 dogs there, and I asked her, have you heard anything about your dogs? And she said no, and every time, you know, we see a dog walk up, I look at her to see if that's her dog, and she hasn't been reunited with them yet. I said, have you heard anything? And she said no, but that gives you an idea of how frantic things may have been. People were just leaving everything they have in their homes to try to get safely, and actually, I hear in my ear now that we have a soundbite with her, so I'd like to play that if we can.
Thank you.
And that woman who you just heard from, she told me that this man who lives in that home there actually spray painted onto his home a number of phrases and words. And I asked her what they were, and she said that she didn't want to repeat them because she didn't want to be insensitive, and she also didn't want to get them wrong. She didn't want to be incorrect. So again, it just kind of lets you into the maybe mental state a little bit of maybe the person who was living there. People are calling him unpredictable, unstable, and again, people were aware that he was going to be evicted, and many of them decided to leave because they were afraid of what would happen. I'm not sure if they ever imagined something quite like this, but I can tell you, as we are streets away, when those gunshots were being fired, I mean, normally we don't hear things like that, and it was scary. You know, my photographer and I, we kind of backed up for a minute, and we're like, okay, we're okay. Police aren't moving us. You know, there's a lot of people out here. We're okay. But those people who were in their homes back on the street of the suspect, I cannot imagine hiding under your bed and hearing gunshot after gunshot, the rapid gunfire that these people were hearing as they were hiding and not knowing what exactly was going on.
26 stops.
Thank you. I want to go see that puppy over there.
I know you're not a dog person. Oh, jeez.
Oh, my God. Hey, behind the line. Behind the line.
Puppy wasn't up the door. I was driving with me.
You had big dog coming over there.
Air conditioner on for him.
You're going to end up on the news for leaving a dog in a car.
Air conditioner on.
You're going to end up on the news when somebody steals your car.
Spoiling me, dude. I'm going to have to take a gas because of it. They shut it down, bro. They lifted it up, brought it out, and then they just shut it down. I'm sure she will. She'll get that off of state.
Oh, yeah. When it's over.
He said that to her, too.
What's his title? County police?
Yeah, and Zada has a jumpsuit with pockets on today. Nope. Not in the middle of it. It's right up there. Hold on, over here. Broad and then here. So it's like a right side. 4 o'clock news starts now. That is not
firing for several hours.
I was on my way to my friend's house. It's there.
My dad? Oh.
And they said, no, you have to go.
And I'm like, yep. Like, I gotta just come up with something.
I must have walked down
But our, like,
before it
teaching
started.
this past started at 4. It's already 3:07, so, like, we're just gonna stay on there all night.
Uh-oh, there's the suits. Yep, there's the suits. They're trying
They'd like to
to,
make that school more ready.
get somebody to, over here, negotiation. Yep.
Are you gonna be able to see through there?
Yes, a little bit.
If you move 1 inch this way, you might be able to see it.
I don't have the cell phone number. I don't have crazy people.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check. They're coming to us. You might want to watch. I'm going to step over here.
I wasn't even worried about that. I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm standoff. There's a standoff occurring, okay? Yeah, Lord's Lake, I just have,
David, Lisa, I just spoke with state police pushing them for an update. At this point, they say they don't have an update on the situation, and when they do believe that will be their final update of the afternoon. But if you take a look, we actually did just see some crime scene investigators from state police come on the scene. Again, it has been very quiet at this point for about the last 30 minutes after we saw that last piece of state police equipment kind of coming out back onto Matilda Street, and it's gone back down one of those side streets. But just a lot of officers talking on the phone, talking to people in the area at this point. Haven't heard gunfire in a while, so it's just very quiet as a lot of people are waiting to see what is going to happen. I would say hundreds of gunfire at this point have been fired since 11 o'clock this morning. So again, we are waiting for an update from state police, who tell us they don't have an update at this point. So from our understanding, we're thinking the negotiators are probably talking down, again, this is on Broad Street, about 3 blocks from where we are. So again, as soon as we get any more information, we'll be sure to bring it to you. David, Lisa.
All right, we only got, what, 5, 6 of us with ours underneath the tent. That's it.
Yeah?
What did you say?
We're stone wall to wall. They're running a lot of that crap warehouse.
What's it?
3 blocks. 3 blocks.
No. Like picture.
Hey, tell me what happened as far as you can. Yeah, but make sure you call me. All right, thank you.
$5. Oh, you guys can see it. You the bad. You're not the scumbag media. No, I'm with them too. I get it all the time. I got flipped off last night going home. You know, I drive that stupid big truck that says Channel 11. Everybody else, no lettering. Me.
TA's got the little cars that say TA.
Yeah, they do. He does too.
Just in general.
You wouldn't believe. People always say, hey,
Or you going live?
Hey, dude, I paid the pizza shop an extra $75.
Wait till they lock you.
Oh, no, I put on my credit card and I forgot. Like, dude, your bill was only like $18.
He said, the enemies. He's an immigrant.
Here, we will go see if I can see her ring doorbell and see what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get spotted.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know when they're going to take this lot from.
Chips or anything?
No, I'm good.
You're good?
Somebody was kind enough to give me that drink.
Oh, my bad, dude. I apologize.
No, you're good, man.
Just tell me. It's going down.
How are you? Are you hanging in there?
Yeah.
He's 65 years old. 65, so he's from Vietnam.
Yeah, I'm 65 and I missed it. So.
What do you mean? You missed it earlier? Late?
I missed Vietnam.
Late?
4 years late.
Oh, then he was in Korea. No, my dad was in Korea, didn't he?
I missed. I had nothing.
No way. There was his dormant period. There was dormant period in Korea too.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. I'm so hungry. Oh my God. No, I'm so hungry right now. What is this from? Oh, the cookout.
Exactly.
Do you want me to go get my the chargers?
You don't have to. You can plug this in right here and you're good.
I have. Are you okay? I have my charger. I'm on 5%. Do you mind if I charge?
No, this is totally you. I have mine in my pocket. I'm prepared.
I know.
Okay.
Oh wait, it's not working. Turn it on. Oh, that's probably why. Okay, there we go. Nice.
Just set it in here. Here, set it in here, and here's my umbrella.
That's a long cord, so you can unroll that and hold your phone.
Okay, nice. Thank you, Ryan.
Gabby, do you want me to bring my table out or no?
If I can help you, maybe.
What is this? This is your phone.
That's the chart from.
Yeah, the cookie bags have the silverware and napkins.
Can you tell me?
The same lady from earlier, Leslie or
She pulled
whatever.
it up and there's two, and they're in different places now, and you can still see the locks. There's like behind cars going strong. So.
She's like, will you be home by 5? Yeah, we got it.
Everyone's taking over the bed.
No.
You want me to work?
He said the radar was lighting up, so I'm like, all right, let's put it up.
What are you hearing? Did you hear that? I don't know if I am so hard of hearing.
All clear.
I thought they said all clear, yeah. Maybe he's not in there. That's the judge.
Start it up, film it.
Become a really emotional scene out here. We just heard a whole barrage of gunfire, and now there are multiple family members saying, please, please, please do not shoot. Stop, stop, stop. A lot of just tears and emotion. That gunfire has just ended. Another barrage. Family members begging to go down there. Oh, this is just awful to experience. I can't even imagine what they're feeling right now. We do know a family member or two was on scene and was going to be working with negotiators to try to talk to William Hardinson and see if they could get him to come out peacefully and safely, but that does not seem to be the case with that latest round of gunfire. This was the first exchange of shots that we have heard in quite some time, probably within the last hour or so. So just a difficult and very emotional scene out here. We still see all of those first responders, including SWAT officers, down the street. You can see them in the shot right there. But that is the latest after, quite a lull in activity, just that barrage of gunfire again, and the emotions of family members on scene, just hoping that that this gentleman will come out safely and surrender. Guys? Yes, for the most part, they have also, I mean, they are still on the other side of the tape. It's not clear exactly who they are. We know that I heard two people say that this was their uncle. A man and a woman said this was my uncle. So I don't know, but I'm not entirely sure because I haven't spoken to them myself. But they're absolutely family members and very emotional, just given all that they're, I mean, hearing the amount of gunshots and the amount of ammunition. I can't even imagine. It's just got to be awful. And we know that they're working with officers. We saw a gentleman, get pulled to go talk to some officers to try to resolve this peacefully, and we're just not there yet, guys. I don't know, David, and I certainly don't want to speculate, but the entire time we've been hearing this exchange of gunfire, and that's what it sounded like to me. It didn't sound to be any different, same, repetition of shots. And you can definitely tell one, and a law enforcement source has actually been in contact with me, one is absolutely a rifle because you can just hear the automatic nature of those shots. So I don't know, but I would assume that it is an exchange just based on what we've heard so far. No, that's fine.
With the helmet on, watch it.
Yeah, I mean, I think... 100%. Oh, no, I was just going to say, I mean, bottom line, this is a massive amount of ammunition that's going into. We know that this gentleman had a massive amount of stockpile, because we saw SWAT officers carrying boxes of ammunition down to the scene. It was probably 40 minutes ago, and we're hit for multiple hours in this.
Stand by. Yes, I'm here, guys. Okay, so no, I'm here. I'm here. My mic's on. We're good. Okay, so David and Lisa, we just heard the last bit of gunfire probably about 5 minutes or so ago, and my photographer Georgiana and I both kind of commented. Compared to the previous spouts of gunfire that we've heard, this is probably the least amount of shots, I would say. It only lasted a few seconds or so. When we've heard the other gunfire, it seems like it's been, and again, it might just be because we're here, but it feels much longer, like a minute or so. But now we just heard a few shots. We have heard from a number of people who are being evacuated from their home. You know what? Sorry, I thought I heard a loudspeaker there, so I moved out of the way. My photographer is showing some officers in some bulletproof vests there, kind of standing in the middle of that appears to be state police, Georgianne says. And again, we know that state police, county police, Pittsburgh police, all are playing a very big role in this investigation. Up the street, you can see that there is a SWAT vehicle that has been parked there for some time, and then you see a medic truck, and then Pittsburgh police and another Pittsburgh police car as well. So no one is getting through to this area. Probably about 2 hours ago, I would say, I went to go get our car to bring it closer to us, and we're just a few blocks away, but it took me probably 15 minutes to get just a few blocks because everything is blocked off and everything is it's impassable. You can't get through the sea of police cars. They're trying to do everything they can to make sure innocent bystanders are safe, and to make sure that there's no one who is unnecessarily injured. And speaking of injuries, we heard that was a very loud noise. It sounded like I don't know if that was a flashbang maybe. There was another one that we just heard as well, and we're just going to listen here for a moment. So it's unclear if what we were hearing was more gunfire or if that was a flashbang. We know that there are a number of SWAT vehicles in the bomb squad. County bomb squad is here as well. Yeah, so this is kind of what we have been experiencing throughout the day. Just heard another little bit of gunfire or some loud noise down that way. It's just been like there's been these lulls that sometimes seem to last a while. And sorry, we just heard another one, so I'm just going to pause for a moment to see if we hear anything else. And I want you to notice here, these officers who are standing in the middle of Millvale as these bangs and gunfire that we are hearing, they almost seem unfazed. I mean, this is part of their job. This is what they do. They run to the dangerous situations where we have been, you know, trying to stay back as far as we can to try to keep safe. These officers are truly just running to the danger in an effort to try to keep us all safe. So, you know, we really want to, you know, say thank you and commend them for all they have done today. I mean, these officers have been out here for hours. I've been talking and seeing the same officers since we first got out here around 11 o'clock this morning. They've been, you know, wearing heavy tactical gear and their uniforms and bulletproof vests and doing everything they can to make sure the community is safe. And speaking of the community, there are a number of people who have just come out here to spectate, and that's what we've seen throughout the day as well, is people come and go, everyone with their iPhone camera out, taking video, taking pictures, Facebook Living, just trying to share the situation with whoever they can, because it is so unusual and so extreme. You know, we were talking to people earlier who live near this suspected gunman, and they told us that they knew that this day was coming, that he was going to be given an eviction notice, and some of them decided at the urging of their family members to get out. They knew that something was going to go awry, so they left. Other people decided to stay. A woman I told you guys about last time, just a 75-year-old woman who was hiding in her cupboard and under her bed. So, you know, just very scary situations for these people, and I would like to, if we can, to play another soundbite from the woman who was escorted out of her home by police and a SWAT officer.
All right. More water. And you need another water. Danny, there's more water.
Thank you.
So in front of us, you see a Pittsburgh police officer coming through Penn Ave. That's the only kind of traffic that is getting through. Typical cars, typical traffic. This is a very busy time of day. Normally you see a lot of traffic around this area, but it is all blocked. All we are seeing are emergency vehicles coming through this way. We're going to try to learn to figure out what that latest noise was, if that was flashbangs or gunfire. We're staying in touch with all of our sources and police officers, and we'll work to get you the latest details out here. Back to you guys. Thank you. Sure, thank you. I was like about to take a bite.
She's like, I'm gonna go and sit down.
What?
Fred's just stealing space.
At 310?
Fred wants to
Did
speak.
that work out?
Oh, you got your car. Your dew won't even get wet.
Yeah. All right, good. Tried to tell him, but I was going to get
Hey, we're first rate.
We got multiple crews here stuff. This shit's still going on since 11.
Is the camera battery okay?
That, yeah, I think it was his brother's house, and his brother just died, so he's been squatting there, and I don't know, we don't have all that information yet, but yeah, I don't know what it is.
That was a good idea.
I don't know.
Yes.
it's been, non-stop since 11. Every now and then you hear about 100 gunshots. I don't know. Police and him, I guess. You know? I mean, they haven't told us, but yeah. I'll let you know. Definitely gonna be late. Yeah. You dragging Hunter? Yeah. Alright. Yeah. We're down to the jail? Yeah. All right. Okay. Alrighty, I'll see it. I'll call you later. No lightning detected, so we're safe. Did you see that?
What?
Cropper. No lightning. .435 might get some heavier stuff.
We're good, thanks to Brian Krills.
Yeah. Still back. He's still lingering.
Get my cheesesteak? Oh, yes, sir. I'll be right here. Back.
No, get this plugged in as soon as you can, because if you do have to split up, I want to make sure we don't have one exhaust.
Well, you want me to plug in there? Yes, please.
They're coming to us, though.
Okay. You can wait for us. All right, right after.
Do I have 3 to on my case?
Nope.
Just trying to add it closer.
Hold on. I can move back.
They're coming. Well, David, I know Lisa mentioned earlier, but right before we heard that last barrage of gunfire, I was curious what was happening down there because it is quiet. We can't see from that vantage point. So I went back to Leslie Thompson, who we had talked to earlier, that has Ring doorbell video that looks right at those homes, and you could still see 2 active SWAT vehicles and officers with guns drawn in that situation. As soon as I walked back to our camera after seeing that scene is when we started to hear what appeared to be yelling and commotion, and then that's when that last rapid set of gunfire started going off, got quiet for a little bit, and we heard what appeared to be about 4 flashbangs. Since then, it has been quiet out here again. A lot of officers talking to each other, moving around the scene, moving around the blocks. It's unclear if everyone in that area has in fact been evacuated. We told you earlier that we have talked to a number of people who were concerned for their safety, ducking into their basements after hearing that gunshot. Some people running out their back door, up the alley to get to safety. Now they're all here with us behind the crime scene tape, waiting to hear when everything is clear and they're able to get back home and see the damage along their street. It's just a lot of waiting out here. Again, it's not clear from our vantage point what different pieces of state police equipment have gone down Broad Street, but again, from that doorbell camera, I could see at least one state police equipment as well as one of those SWAT vehicles and county SWAT vehicle all right in front of that home on Broad Street. David, Lisa? Well, Lisa, it's hard to describe, but it was rapid gunfire. Like I said before, it sounded like there was a little bit of commotion that happened, some yelling right before that gunfire went off. It's hard to tell because it is about 3 blocks down this way from where we're standing. Compared to other gunshots, it did seem to be a little louder from my perspective, and we've been here since 11 o'clock. But again, it's really hard to tell just with the acoustics and us being 3 blocks away at a safe distance from what's happening down there on Broad Street.
So, there's a man came up here earlier, probably in the last 15 minutes ago, and he has been the man who people have identified as the suspect's nephew. Sorry, I'm getting the family connection correct. So the suspect's nephew, he came up here and said they killed my uncle. We did check with Kevin Krause, the sheriff, and he said that's not true, that he said he's not. So I just wanted to clarify that. There are a few things swirling around down here, and it's very fluid, and a lot of information coming from every angle. So as far as we know, the suspected gunman is still alive from what we were just told by Sheriff Krause. So as for the scene out here, still very much of the same situation. We are hearing intermittent gunfire every few minutes, or every half an hour or so. We have not heard it in probably about, I would say, 25, 30 minutes or so. I will take a step out of the way to show if there is anything to see down here. You can see that there's a number of officers gathered in the middle of Millvale, state police as well. And you see that SWAT car that has remained in that area. Remained in that spot. You see police cars, you see paramedics, and you see police at the top as well. So they have all kind of been congregating in this spot of Millvale Ave. We have seen them go in and out of the side streets there. They've been in the middle of the street. Sometimes there's a SWAT truck down there. So this seems to be a bit of a congregation point for officers as they come up with their plans and come up with what to, what the next step is in all of this. There are a number of people who are sort of out here just kind of watching and spectating. Some people lived in that area and they didn't really have another place to go, so they just decided to sit out here and wait, stand out here, and they're just kind of waiting to get back into their homes. A lot of I guess speculation, you could say, about the man who is holed up inside the home right now. A lot of people saying that he was unstable. He was. They feared him. They were scared of him, and they never knew what they were going to get. That is what one woman just told me. So, a lot of people up in this area sort of talking and bouncing things off of one another because, they've been standing up here as long as we have, since around 11 o'clock this morning. So, a lot of people anxious, though, to eventually, hopefully, get back into their homes once this situation ends. Thank you.
I don't know if Kevin wanted me to his name to be announced, but no, it's
Sorry.
okay. No, that's why I would have.
No,
said
I'm sorry. We checked with sources.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Said they were shooting at him 5 minutes ago.
Rumors as in you heard it on Channel 4 earlier and they had to retract it. Is that the rumor?
But you even report on it. I know. Okay, I'm gonna keep eating my Doritos.
I know, right? Guess you gotta worry about what else he has in there.
That's when they're gonna start shooting.
Right?
Live picture.
Oh, you, me, you? We're the same exact picture. Oh, I guess mine's composed better.
You want to get the early news? 4:30. 4:35.
Just sitting here doing this.
When you go back to the station, you have to get there.
No, we typically, anybody wants to be right, we just write we're out in the field. Yeah, like a laptop.
Robot.
It's nice.
It's a robot power that shooting up.
They got the robot. They got able for him to walk around. It's over. Behind it.
What is that?
Wouldn't be doing that if they were doing that.
Right. I don't know what that is. It sounds like slow gunfire. Like it's not a flashbang. It sounds like a gunshot.
I changed the battery.
Okay.
You think it's a gunshot?
I thought it sounded like a gunshot.
Yeah, too much open.
Hey, they're coming to us.
Yeah. Too much bass. Too much bass. Yeah. Too much draw.
That's.
No, I don't think that's a gunshot.
You don't think so?
I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's a gunshot. It sounds too powerful.
It's like a. It sounds like a woof. You know, like
What do you think it sounds like?
I don't know. I would say if it was gunshots, probably more rapid again, so it might just
be more tight.
Well, David, Lisa, we're hearing loud pops and bangs, and at this point we're unclear if it is gunfire or more flash bangs. But if you take a look down in this area, it's not rapid like what we've been hearing in the last few hours. It's much louder than that rapid gunfire, and it's only happening every, I'd say, 30 seconds that we've been hearing in the last 2 minutes or so. Again, it's unclear. From what I can kind of hear, it does appear that someone is talking potentially through a bullhorn. Again, like I mentioned before when we were out here, the acoustics aren't great from where we are situated, about 3 blocks from where this is happening. But like we've reported before, that robot going down in that direction of Broad Street, lots of noise and commotion coming from that area. But at this point, it's not clear what's happening. That sounds like it is gunfire. Again, it's rapid again. Again, rapid volleys of gunfire over and over at this point. It does, as someone just mentioned here behind the crime scene tape, it does sort of sound like fireworks. And as soon as this latest volley of gunfire started, they put that drone back up in the air. So again, this is still a very active, evolving scene right now. We were told by State Police we'll get an update once they have one. At this point, they don't. That gunfire getting louder, the drone coming back down at this point. A lot of people looking down in the direction of where this is happening. I'm not sure if you guys can take a listen. Just rapid succession of gunfire happening out here right now. Again, coming in that direction of Broad Street, where we have heard all of this gunfire since 11 o'clock in the morning. A lot of State Police investigators looking down the street, then up at the drone they just put back up again. Doesn't appear to be a lot of movement happening at the end of Broad Street on Matilda where we're standing, assuming most of it's happening about a half a block in near that house. But again, that gunfire continuing right now as we're standing out here live on Matilda Street. I'm sorry, Lisa, it appears the gunfire just wrapped up at this point for right now. Yeah, David, I would say that's one of the longest sets of rapid gunfire that we've heard since we've been out here since about 11 o'clock this morning. It's hard to keep track because it's so rapid of just how many shots are being fired. But I want to point you to earlier when we talked about different police agencies bringing in more ammunition. We've seen boxes going in that direction and neighbors questioning how one person can just have that much ammunition in their home right now. Yeah, that's right. Actually, earlier when we first got on the scene, it's hard to remember exactly what time it was, but I'd say it'd be right before noon. We saw one of those drones initially go up, and then it started to immediately fall to the ground. It did appear it was happening as rapid gunfire was happening, and then later on, Rick Earl was able to confirm that 2 of those drones were shot down, us seeing the one physically fall back to the ground.
I can't move any closer because of my tail. Sorry.
Yeah, that's actually one of the most interesting things, David, because obviously from our vantage point, we're 3 blocks up and a half a block over. So as you can imagine, there are probably dozens more officers on Broad Street. And then just from our vantage point, I can confidently say about 50 officers from numerous agencies standing in the middle of Matilda. And as this rapid gunfire continues, none of them are really showing any reaction. They're more so looking down the street, watching that drone go up and down. Obviously trying to get a better vantage point with that camera of what's happening there on Broad Street. I feel I can confidently say that the last volley that we heard was gunfire. Earlier on, when it first was just slow and repeated, it might have been flashbangs because it just sounded slightly different than what we had been hearing out here since 11. They were a bit louder, but that last succession sounded exactly like the gunfire we've heard. Actually, if you can take a look right now, one of those state police vehicles is coming down the street, it appears, and back up towards the staging spot where it initially came off the truck. Appears to be a little bit of movement from some of the agencies down there, as a lot of them are moving back up this way on Matilda. So we're starting to see some of that state police equipment coming back towards our direction, just a different vantage point from what we saw earlier. Yeah, I'd say we're about 3 blocks up and about a half a block over from where this is happening. If you can obviously see on the other side of Matilda, you can see the cars blocked off in that direction and all of the actions happening right in the middle from that direction and us. But it is very loud for just how far away we are, and with this being kind of a little bit of a downward slope, the acoustics really is amplifying it across this Garfield neighborhood. I'm not exactly sure. Right now, it appears that state police will be the ones giving us the latest update whenever that is to happen. Apparently, there was some conversation here on the ground on whose investigation it is. Obviously, state police are working alongside the city police because this is their home turf. But state police telling me that once all of this is clear, this is their active investigation. So they will be giving the final update when we get there. As far as the police chief, I have not seen him, but I have seen the public safety director, as well as a number of administrators from the emergency management team. Again, there's just so many sections and areas of this scene that the police chief could be here. We just have not seen him from our vantage point. Huh?
Come around, Billy, if you need to.
Yeah, David and Lisa, we actually noticed this when we first came out here. There is a daycare and nursery along the block this way, and we actually just saw them literally pushing cribs with babies and baby carriers out of the building. So not sure if they're just trying to evacuate that area. We can see police down my tail south and down the side. And try to get children out of that daycare and nursery. Things have quieted down out here again after all of that gunfire that we have been talking about. Definitely the longest exchange of gunfire that we've heard for probably the entire time that we've been out here. But just the fact that those kids were just evacuated, you know, this is very intense for so many people, and clearly police want to make sure everybody is safe and out of the area, seeing as this shooter is still firing. Guys.
Reset it for we're the first.
Okay.
Hey, Amy, can you pick up the tent and move it like an inch this way? Just so that our heads are covered? I was just trying to... Yeah, I was trying to move it forward, so I was like not under...
Oh, there goes the light.
I was trying to move it so you were covered for... That's what I was trying to do. So that like when you're standing live, you're not standing in the water.
I thought you meant that way.
No. I was trying to move it so you were covered.
Both of you might melt.
My hair might.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Listen, you.
No, I tried to get it as fast as I could with my cell phone. We didn't know it was, we didn't really know it was happening. I just kind of ran over there. I put a picture in the virtual newsroom. Hold on, I'll send what I have. I got a small video. I can't believe we didn't take those children out earlier.
I know.
When we got out here, I was like, oh, there's a daycare right there.
What is that, Connor Way?
No. It's like C-O-M-R-I-E. Well, you think with all that gunfire. Am I find it? Where am I at? Where are we at?
This road.
Yeah. C-O-M-R-I-E. Comrie?
One of my Beaver County contacts just said he was down here. He said that was 100% AR rifle rounds. I was like, yeah.
Yep. Service? What you talking about it? The tree falls in the forest and you don't see it.
But if I were a mom at one of those things, I'd be so...
It's probably safer to keep them where they are than to move them. Really, that's staying here.
Mm-hmm. 1 minute to boxes.
Yeah. So I got there, and all of a sudden, as soon as I turned the corner, jail time. All right, I'll see you later. Right? Yeah, right there.
Oh, this is like part of the news?
Yeah.
According to Ford, dude. I don't know what kind of it is. I know. It's staring in the same place.
No, it's just charging. I'm gonna have it on speaker.
Thanks for picking me up.
Yeah,
It's okay, so.
Ain't no telling who they are. That's what the thing I don't like.
Boxes are clear.
Here, this might work. Yeah.
So plug in.
Gabby, looks like you're back in 3 minutes.
Is this the one you're charging?
Yeah.
Okay, so where's the charger?
Out of the car, we heard that first succession of rapid gunfire. I actually talked to a witness at the corner who said he could smell the gunpowder. That's how intense it was, telling me that him and his parents were standing there as they heard just sheriff deputies knocking on a door saying they were serving an eviction notice. They were coming in, followed by that rapid succession of gunfire. And we've heard multiple volleys of that gunfire since that point around 11 o'clock this morning. Now, during all of this, a big priority for police has been evacuating people stuck in their homes that were told to shelter in place. We talked to a dad who was on the phone with his daughter. She was trying to figure out a safe way to get out. Officers were able to rescue her. Then we talked to a man, Jerry Thompson, who actually lives directly across the street from where this gunfire was happening. He was telling me that his wife heard the sheriff's deputies and then immediately started hearing gunfire, dropped to the floor. And that's when she crawled into the basement. We even talked to her on the phone while she was hiding down there, saying she was terrified. She didn't even want to move to get out. So as police were starting to evacuate people, I told Jerry that they were looking for people sheltering in place. He called her. She got on the phone with 911. At that point, they were able to rescue her, and we were live on the air when the two were reunited right here at the corner of Penn Avenue and Matilda Street.
Thanks, Georgianne.
Somebody's doing some work.
Now, it's been about 15-20 minutes since we last heard the latest round of gunfire. Again, officers covering Matilda Street from agencies across western Pennsylvania. You have state police, you have FBI, ATF, county police, even an officer pulling up in a Brentwood police car, and the drones continuing to go up and down as we're seeing multiple state police equipment and vehicle being moved up and down Broad Street. And again, I did talk to one of the neighbors who lives across the street, has a Ring doorbell camera, who can see the activity. He said that there are still SWAT vehicles on her street as well as active officers armed and ready to fire at any point. Reporting live in Garfield, Nicole Ford, Channel 11 News. No, do you need charging?
No, is it?
It's still charging, yeah.
Gotta brush my hair. It's been rain all day.
We're back at 4:30.
Where's that? Where's the nursery? Oh.
I saw it earlier, that's the only reason I knew. I thought they were carting library books. They're sending night side out. They're sending bridge here, so maybe they can go get some video in that area where
Other side.
I'm going to switch phones. Yeah. Well, clearly this isn't resolving anytime soon. Maybe I'll wait till this gets to 100%. I'm still good on this stuff.
Live picture.
She just said what the address is at the top. So I would guess probably last, because that's kind of an angle that's not. So they're trying to turn it around.
Just keep you in the hall.
Stand by.
She's about to go.
David and Lisa, we have not heard gunfire for some time until and since Rick mentioned earlier, that was the last time that we heard that intense gunfire and flashbangs and a lot of commotion and noise coming from that area. At this point, we haven't heard that since. I'm going to step out to show you what we can see from Penn Avenue down Millville, where you can see there are a number of what appears to be Pittsburgh police officers standing not far from that home.
With the car in?
Congregating in the middle of Millville. Anytime that we hear some of that gunfire, it's very interesting to see that the officers, they don't have much of a reaction. They just sort of stand
I thought I
in
just
place.
saw a flash.
They'll be ready to go at a moment's notice, but there's no, there's
I
no
feel
extreme
good.
reaction. Like when we hear it up here where we are, there's so many of us that are hearing this gunfire, spectators, people who are just coming out to watch, and then of course my photographer Georgianne and I, we kind of all jump back and make sure to take a little bit of cover, but these officers are just doing their jobs and they're responding to the danger. As for today, we have talked to a number of people who live in that area and who had to be escorted out. One woman I mentioned earlier was 75 years old. She told me that she was hiding underneath her bed and then at one point in a cupboard because she was so afraid and so worried. Just I can't even imagine one of my older relatives having to do something like that. So my heart really goes out to her. Another woman that I spoke to today, her name is Cheryl, and she said that she actually shares a wall with the suspect, and her family, they knew that this eviction situation was coming today, and her family urged her to make sure that she was out of her home for fear that something could happen. She says that she has known, it's well known, I should say, amongst her and her neighbors, that this gentleman is unstable and unpredictable, and here's a little bit of what she told us today.
Come on, Amy, you know you want one. Look at you staring at that piece.
I'll let her put it. I don't want to. My hand.
Serve you. Which one?
Which one you want?
How about one of each?
All right. Yes, yes.
I'll say.
Yeah.
That's
all right. That's what I want to hear.
Good job, Amy.
Thank you, guys.
Oh!
So yes, I cannot imagine being that woman having to hide in a cupboard or underneath her bed. She told me afterward that she was shaking so hard. She also told me that when those officers came down to get her, there was a SWAT officer in front of her and a Pittsburgh police officer behind her. She said they just kind of shuffled out of the home. They kept telling her that you'll be okay, you are going to be safe, and they're going to keep her safe. Back out, actually, you can see her sitting down there outside of that shop right there. She's on the straight top. We spoke to her earlier today. So anyway, we're going to continue staying here where we have been for the last 7 hours now, and we will bring you the very latest later on this evening. Back to you.
I'm okay right now.
Please, bring us.
So many wives. Thank you.
You like Graziano?
No, no, just Fazio.
I like them both.
Can't compare.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Anybody else
From the news crew. Y'all did a great job there, really. I mean,
We appreciate that.
like People frown on the media these days. You guys did a good job of it.
I just set it down because I knew I was going to
Good job, Maury. He's a good kid, man. He's always been like that.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Take one plane and one van.
I'll just take one.
No, because then that leaves me with my two spinach.
Oh, man.
Should rip that in half so you have half a plate.
You're right.
There's a plate right here.
Oh, yeah.
You got a plate.
Thank you, honey. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it.
Wayne Jordan Lewis.
Leaving it.
Trust me, it's the best pizza in the
You going home now?
Action is.
What, you out of here? I ain't shot.
They pulled those fire departments. That makes so much sense. Tom, we're heading at 4:15.
Right down from children.
Right on the corner.
Right by home.
3 minutes?
Yeah, 40th.
Well, that makes sense because we saw the fire hoses. And I said, do you think they're going to try to hose them out? That's what, I was like, there's not even a fire truck here. Ready for a fire?
They'll even here, so that's good.
I'd have made this for you if I wasn't.
Delicious. Avocado on it.
It's unbelievable. It's not fake.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
2.5 minutes? Where's the dog?
In the car. In the air conditioner.
Still?
In the air conditioner. He ain't coming out. He's got his big pillow. He got his toys. It's raining. I spent about a half a gallon of gas just letting him chill in the air conditioner. Plus it's raining.
They're saying that it's disappointing.
Who said it?
Some random person saying that our coverage is disappointing.
Oh my God.
Because I feel like we
Million.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lightning alert.
Thank you. 1 minute.
Hit the spot, man.
I'm telling you, man, white pizza is the best, especially when it's hot.
What?
Where's the man? Where? 30? It's down there somewhere. He wants to. Yes. David and Lisa, that nursery is actually just about a block this way along Penn Avenue, and probably maybe 20 minutes ago or so, I heard something, a little bit of commotion on the sidewalk, and there were a couple of kids or babies crying, and then we saw them literally wheeling cribs down the sidewalk. Police were escorting those kids and helping to pick up some of the baby carriers. Obviously, just speaks to how chaotic this scene is, how dangerous this is for everybody involved.
given how many gunshots have been exchanged throughout this entire situation. So thousands of rounds at this point. We've seen crews bringing in additional ammo. But again, that daycare right on the corner here, and there's actually police standing outside of it. From where I am, I cannot see the name of it, but that daycare has been evacuated here along Penn Ave, and those kids are all clearly being taken somewhere where police think that they are going to be safer. Guys, back to you.
Thunder? Yeah, it was thunder. Oh, more bugs. Thank you.
I wasn't trying to. It's just. You saw that, right? I got it. Yeah. I don't want to. I'll get it.
No, I'm good. I have mine.
The only problem right there is the tip of it doesn't want to break. Yeah, it's just it's our top. It's like me.
That's really good.
What, a stick? No, what? It's a go-kart. Oh, weird. I live in the light. Look at that. No, I'm good.
Saturday, we're out Sunday and Monday. What the fuck you do when you call me up like Sunday night? I'm like, Monday morning. I get embarrassing them. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. They're cooking you eggs, everything. And every morning, it's bad. He's like,
Jillian said, why do you don't go in there? She got that pizza joint you told me about out in Toronto. Jillian got it.
Did you?
What was that place called?
Lelulo's. The best.
She said she liked it.
Good.
I still haven't had the chance.
Oh, it's down the block. You can't see it. You can't see it right now. So I always think what they was thinking. Why won't you go in there? Go in there, shoot.
Hey.
I have more than just bowls, too.
Yeah. What was all it?
New? I mean, like, we're in the middle of a road. Let me hand you to Jason, because I don't really know the logistics to that.
You heard it?
Scott.
Hey, Scott.
I don't know what he's doing. Like, either start shooting or get it over.
That's what he said. He was like, is there any reason why to be, like, safe? It's 10 miles away. And I was like, we're in the middle of a road.
And we're under a tent right now. Tom, how do you feel about that?
About what?
Lightning coming 10 miles away, moving our way.
You can?
Might get hit by a shark.
We'll keep it up in this situation. Yeah, we're underneath the tent. No, Crow brought it. Brian brought it, so we popped it up so the girls can see it.
You gotta have the best when you come on
cameras are dry, so
Too late.
Yeah, too late. Too late.
if it gets too bad, you know, we'll have to regroup, right? Alright? Alright, yep, alright. Have to play it by ear. Too bad or something, you know, whatever.
As long as I don't see it, I don't care. Where's Gabby?
That's what we were just saying. I hope.
Where are they?
Brian brought it. He said he saw the power and bombs, but Scott just called and said there's lightning about 10 miles away.
Oh, yeah.
By ear.
So did I.
Cover right there. Yeah. No. No, you're right. If it gets too bad, I'm heading.
You what?
But anyway, yeah.
The range of men we met bought it for us.
Who's saying that? Who?
Fred said he'd seen one on, I think it's here before. It's been a 6-inch rod.
The robot or Channel 4 must be reporting they shot him.
Yeah, we reported that.
Oh,
They shot him, yeah.
Oh, we reported that.
He's wounded.
Yeah.
Maybe. He's moving.
He's
moving. What?
She's the one reported.
Oh, really?
The real one?
That's when the time it took us to get
According to Rex.
She's the one.
I'm not reporting it. I'm like,
Yeah,
Rex
we thought,
reported it.
yeah,
But they're saying like he was shot in that last round of gunfire. So.
Listen, here's the thing, yeah, when people go come on east,
Aren't we glad we came here instead of the non-tent location?
As soon as you said
when Oakland's a massive go hard.
Do you want us to move so Richard can get more in? Come on in.
You seen the news? So it's like fun, you know, the guys
I'm making like such a mess.
I'll see off the one.
Rough you stuff.
Because we're going to get done.
We have social media
Over to the Krabby place. Watch yourself.
Drink yourself a 6-pack and have yourself fun.
They're gonna have us at 4:30, Jason.
Okay.
And apparently we're the 452 Ts. I need to switch phones.
So they're treating it as like a normal floor.
Yeah.
It's not. Hey, good commercials and everything?
Yeah, they just went commercial.
It's actually here. Although I guess not really a lot.
It looks like it's lighting up. I'm like, okay, get a little green and yellows. Gabby gonna be able to go live?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Something small?
Yeah, I'll be fine. We're just looking for the umbrella.
Now it says my IFE line. That's why I just switched to a phone.
I'm gonna go look over here.
And mine just keeps hanging up on me now.
Who would steal it? Who steals? Oh, okay. Here, let me go get it. Do you want to hold this for yourself?
I feel like I've just kind of been here.
Sorry. Sorry. I know. I'm sorry. We don't have to. Hey, we'll keep you off. We'll keep you off. I want to do what's best for the community. No, thank you.
They just put it together. It was just like a tripod.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Yeah, hold on. Let me put, I think I've got a while still. We're not till 4:30. What was that?
Too long.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I think we're all, we're...
No, it's okay.
Oh, okay.
You're just talking about Vegas, right? If I'm right after you, I'm going to have nothing to say.
Amy, Nicole, then me.
I think Amy's text said for you to just talk about Vegas. Okay, I just did that.
Oh, shit, that hurt.
I got him. Oh my god.
Did that hurt?
Oh my god. Really?
Yeah, one of them.
I loved it earlier.
It's all right, we got pizza.
Lightning, I just saw.
Yeah, that was lightning. That was a big
Don't touch anything.
Just right over us. Yeah, let's go in. I'm telling you. Cancel on. Canceling our live shot. There was just a big
Okay.
boom of thunder and a flash of lightning on top of us.
This was actually a daycare about a block from where we are, and we've seen kids and babies from that daycare actually being evacuated within the last probably 30, 45 minutes or so. And as the hours drag on for this police standoff, clearly it was dangerous enough for those kids to be in that building or for them to escort them out. We actually saw police help push some of those kids down the sidewalk, down Penn Avenue, and then down a side street to make sure that those kids were safe and they were, out of the area. You saw officers pick up baby carriers.
Are you coming in?
So obviously a very tense situation out here.
Okay.
Other neighbors also have been evacuated.
No, it's not worth it.
Stretching to hour after hour of this standoff. Guys.
Getting wet.
An indication of just how unusual.
Yeah, absolutely. I've never seen anything like it. Kids being pushed in cribs by police to get them out of harm's way. It's a sight that I don't think any of us want to see, but as this drags on, safest for those kids to be moved, especially given the barrage of gunfire. I mean, we're talking thousands of shots fired at this point.
Explosive device team. Explosive device team.
It's like a tripod that just helps with the longer distance.
If you have that much ammo,
You think they're
might have
concerned about
something.
bombs?
Oh, bet.
Yeah, tell him you feel right. He's always saying he's high. You met me now, 18th Street. I remember. Oh yeah? Okay. So you got me on that one. I didn't know that. I thought this man lived in West New Jersey. My bad. Let's get that.
That's all I can think, especially when we first got here. Ryan, do you think they're just going to go straight to the 4:30 and then come to me? Okay. Am I tossing to Assad or just talking? It says like my little girl is the beginning. Okay, thank you.
My little girl is in the house alone right now, 4805 Dearborn Street. She's back there. She hears the gunshots. The police are going to try to get her out of there while Dad's standing on the corner, not even a 1 second walk away. So she's on the phone with me now.
With his wife, who lived directly across the street from the suspect, pulled down the front of his home. She said she walked around, crawled to the basement to get to safety until police were able to reunite them again up here in the corner of the 10 until that. But just to give you an image of what's happening right now back out there, obviously the rain is coming down, which is slowing down a little bit of what's occurring. We're not really sure what the contraption is in the middle of the
Okay.
started out just being like a small tripod situation that state police essentially pulled up from our direction.
I'm good. How are you?
Kind of unclear what exactly.
I do. I'm just exhausted, Georgiana. I don't know how you're doing it.
Another interesting.
You gotta plug it in. Just plug it into one of those.
I didn't know where it was. I didn't want to move your stuff.
Are you gonna go on again? I'm gonna turn it off.
You can turn it off.
All right, thanks, Nicole. Stand by. We do want to bring Rick Earl into the conversation.
I am. I think he's in the studio. Amy and Nicole both went live, but I'm not going live in the lightning.
Well, if nobody else is going live, then we shouldn't go live.
No, they did go live.
With that?
Nicole and Amy went live down the block. I know, but I'm not doing that. Like, it's too dangerous for me. Are you okay? So the live view isn't connecting.
Oh, wait, it's not?
No, it just says user busy. Are you on live view 5?
Oh.
Oh, no, now it's working.
Okay. Oh, yes. I have to keep rating that up.
Something's
It's been going on where you dial in one and then it doesn't.
Yeah. I saw a few of the reporters send that in.
There had to have been a massive amount of ammunition that this man, William Hardison, had stockpiled in his home because officers were bringing cases of ammunition back down to the scene. And there's not a whole lot new to show you guys other than just the most up-to-date scene. What you might not be able to see is behind those gentlemen who are standing right there closer to us by the tape. There's some state police SWAT equipment. It appears to be armored equipment. There's a large piece with an antenna on it. If these guys move over, we might be able to see that a little bit better. But there is a lot going on out here. We've seen different SWAT officers kind of be brought in. It seems like they're rotating crews to make sure everybody is safe and rested and has the equipment and the resources that they need. And I know one thing I just want to mention too that Liz Kilmer had talked about in some of that.
What? No, I don't mind. I don't have any makeup on. Well, I mean, my lipstick is off.
You want chapstick?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you, though. Move over?
Actually carted in a huge thing, hoses, like fire department hoses that are just sitting off to the side. It doesn't look like they had to use them, but that was an interesting detail that I learned from Liz's reporting just with those radio transmission calls. Other than that, that's the latest from out here. All is quiet. They are continuing to try to work with that suspect to get him to come out safely, and if we hear any new developments, we'll let you know. Guys, back to you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we heard that too. We heard he was
thrown into the house.
We heard he was wounded.
Oh, he was?
I can't get into IFB now.
Now we're after the next group. Brooke, Susan, Weather, Break. I'm gonna look at her.
My cousin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did they keep one? No. Brian brought that with
Yeah,
him, or what?
yeah, and I
That must be
has
what,
one too.
It lasts like 5 hours.
The new guy.
Andrew.
Andrew.
He has one of
He
those?
said, I think that's what Brian gave him. He's got, he gave him hook up the infrared like
They got his family.
screw up the warranty.
Yeah.
Every time I see you, it's not in the car. You might. I mean, Rocco's the only one that talked to us earlier for a quick little update.
They've been tweeting stuff. They've been tweeting.
Hey guys, if anybody has to do with Malcolm, the assembly, there,
Got his defense.
Anyway, I was saying more so for the ladies.
Well, thank you.
I told her that she would go up. Her name's Nina. At the assembly's like, can you see that thing sticking out? That.
Yeah. Batteries, wires. What are we going to do tomorrow? You'll be on the way. I said, what are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to do tomorrow? I'm off. Okay, Daddy? Yes. So, there's people up at that house again with umbrellas. Oh, I see. I think we're after this break.
You know the drinks?
There's water.
No, I just kind of.
You good?
Always ready. That's anyway.
See that?
You are
Let me talk
prepared.
to him. Hey, don't worry about this.
I won't leave without giving you.
I won't leave without taking it from you.
They'll leave with it that time.
I know. You know how those. You know
Those
how.
kind of reporters are.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, good luck.
Counterbalance.
Huh?
Counterbalance.
These days make you want to retire, baby?
You're soaking wet.
What's up?
You're soaking wet.
Oh, yeah. What are you going to do? Scroll with it. That's all you can do.
Jump in the pool over the north side.
Yep.
You want to do it, right?
It's only pool that's open. That's disgusting. How come there's no other pools open like them ones?
Yeah, that's true.
You know, you got the one over in over Hill District. It's open. Got the one over there in the north side. It's open.
Oh, interesting.
Wonder why.
Yeah, okay.
Channel 4's reporting he's dead.
Oh my gosh.
Second time.
Yeah, right? Second time today.
They're reporting something new. We're just still standing here at the standoff. Nothing's happening. 10 or 11's eating pizza. I don't know how they're eating pizza. They're usually eating Doritos and chips.
And meat sticks.
Meat sticks.
Gotta have the meat stick.
2 minutes.
2 minutes to you?
2 minutes, team covered box.
Team cover. No good. I'm sorry.
State police.
Hey Ryan, do we have sound bites?
Lisa, things have quieted down quite a bit. We have no longer heard any gunfire. We have not seen any officers running to the scene or anything like that. However, there actually appears behind me some officers to be walking down to the hill where we have been on Millvale throughout most of the day, where it meets Penn. Just a few moments ago, we actually did see a mother show up to the scene where she was asking to be reunited with her daughter. Her daughter is in one of these homes that are close by, and she was just getting here today and frantically was trying to get a hold of her daughter, who I can only imagine being a parent and being away from your child in a situation like this where gunfire is just flying at every angle, and you know, it's a very scary situation for anyone to be in, let alone a parent and their child be separated. So as for what we are seeing out here, Millvale is still blocked. Penn Avenue is still blocked. We still see paramedics, EMTs, state police, Pittsburgh police. We saw the AG's SWAT truck at one point, or throughout the day. It's still here. So again, still very active scene. Not much of a change from the last time we've seen you. We have not heard any more gunfire, so that is some good news here. We're just kind of waiting to find out what exactly is going on with the suspect who is inside that home. Back to you guys.
For lack of better words, one person when there's hundreds of police officers. He made a good point. He said we can't see from here.
Boxes at 45.
For the suspect is
Kind of maroon shirt.
It's almost like a road very close to 45 second side. And he said so they can't put a perimeter around there. They can't surround the
30 boxes.
So he said it makes it very difficult tactical wise. So that was a reason for why they take it.
Okay, coming for a box.
Yeah, I think that was one. Yeah. I thought I was
Nicole, they're in Nicole, Rick, Debbie. Sound is with Cheryl Patterson.
there's a bunch of guys just leaving with them.
CBS in the office is saying he's dead.
Who is?
CBS. The news channel, the other news besides you guys, they're saying he's dead, and the office is confirming that too.
What office? Your office?
I guess. I just got a text saying that he's dead.
Oh, that's what they're just asking me. Can you confirm he's dead? Thank you. Hey. No, no. Is that him? That's him?
Yep.
Diamond, is that him? Okay. Is he dead? Is he dead?
I know, like I say, here's his Facebook page if you want to see like his earlier post. He posted 10 hours ago.
He posted 10 hours ago?
Well, 11 hours ago.
What? Oh, let me take a picture of that. Interesting. Interesting. Thank you, ma'am.
We're like a minute away.
A minute?
It's down this way, so you have to go out down that way to Finger Alley and then up that way. Okay. So you go just down through the alley, Comrie Way, and then up Matilda. Yeah. Yep. You're welcome.
I think it... Stand by.
Brentwood police.
I know, I don't know where they are. We're 90 away.
Of shots maybe an hour ago or so, and then maybe within like 10 minutes or so we heard one big bang, and that's kind of all that we've heard for right now. We do know state police have had all their like military style equipment out here. It's not clear if that is still over off of Broad Street where this house is or not. We know that they had a rook and a couple of basically equipment that is bulletproof that they can go in. They had a robot being wheeled down the street with a bunch of officers, you know, going to that home as well. So we're going to keep it here on scene. We're going to keep talking to our sources and asking officers here on scene what we're hearing.
Stand
and
by.
If we hear any differently, we will break back in as soon as we do. Guys, back to you. Thank you.
Well, Lisa and David, it's hard to tell if this scene is wrapping up because it has been so fluid, but I can tell you what we have seen out here is that a number of police officers have gotten into their vehicles, put some of their equipment away. That is typically what we see when there is a scene like this that's wrapping up. But again, it's hard to tell because this has been chaotic since the beginning of the day, around, or 11, I should say. But we have seen a number of officers putting things in their trunks and a few of them leaving the scene. We just saw a number of firefighters also walk down Penn Avenue. I did shout out to one of them and asked if the suspect was still alive, and he said he didn't know. So we are actively trying to get the latest on this situation. There are still people, though, who have not yet been to their homes since this whole thing went down earlier today around 11. The woman, two of the women we talked to out here must have found shelter because it is pretty rainy, but they've been waiting out here for a while and have yet to get into their homes. So hopefully that should be happening at some point today or sometime soon. But anyway, back to you guys.
I didn't say shit, man.
Clear. So everyone is reporting that he's dead except us.
He's got. Yes. That information is one.
Do you know if he is dead? Question mark.
got that he's down and neutralized, but not dead. How do you know? Did you just ask him? How'd you get in touch with him?
Walked up and asked them because they wanted to blow up our truck.
Oh, your
Yeah. They thought our truck. They thought our truck was
his.
So they were gonna sweep it and there's tons of them to see because we carry.
Oh, you carry?
So that's what the cop was doing. He made sure I asked him.
Did you just walk up to him? No, getting pretty to be on TV for the 15th time today. Yeah.
So you'll be back out here.
Sure we will.
Yeah, the one by the bus.
This one over here? Looks like he knows what he's doing. Although they just confirmed he's dead. He's dead. Everyone else is saying it. We're the only ones who don't have it.
Oh, really?
Channel 4 and Channel 2 is all saying he's dead. Thanks. Oh, Krause says he's dead.
Oh, he did. He's dead. Yep. 508. Shit. I had that at 508. I'm sorry.
From Krause? Same. Everything. This is definitely closed down, but they did just confirm he's dead, so I think it'll be reopening shortly. Yeah. Do you live down there?
Yeah, I live up on Kincaid.
You live where? Sorry.
Up on Kincaid.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm just trying to get home.
Yeah. I think this guy's
might
kind of
just
been like directing people, but he is dead, so I don't think there's a threat anymore.
Okay, I'm not interested in risking anything.
What was that?
I'm not interested in risking anything.
Oh,
but you said
yes,
he's been
he's very nice too. So.
Okay, so I can cross this.
Can you cross?
Who?
This is his family. You lady.
Y'all have any idea? Y'all just waiting like us? We just have a report.
Somebody, one of them can drive this truck.
Yeah.
Several days just to get wrapped up. So you'll be back out here.
Sure we will.
Yeah, the one by the motorcycle.
This one over here?
Yeah.
Looks like he knows what he's doing. Although they just confirmed he's dead.
It's been extremely emotional and difficult for family members who have been out here waiting for an update. Many of them were standing on the corner of Penn and North Matilda waiting for updates and, certainly hoping for a different outcome. As we've been reporting throughout the day, waves and waves of gunfire, just barrages of gunfire, 30, 40, 50 shots, in one of those waves. And we do have a little bit of information on this William Hardison. Neighbors say that they had been trying to get him kicked out from this property that he was not paying rent on for several months, and that he had boarded up the windows and put no trespassing signs, do not enter signs on those windows, and he had a sign in the front door as well. All of that, obviously coming to a head this morning when sheriff's deputies tried to serve that eviction notice, and instead of, the suspect coming to the door, he just started opening gunfire and just unleashing gunfire on all of those first responders. But a much more quiet scene, all of these crews packing up, and finally after several hours being out here, a resolution. Guys, back to you. There.
We're in Rick right now. My thoughts. Right.
What is this audio up?
I know. Stand by. appreciate coming to us.
Where he went, he was down there, and then he took a left.
Lisa, they have not. Actually, a few people were asking some officers here when they could go back into their home, and he said the officer responded to them, the dust is just settling now, so it doesn't seem like anyone will be allowed back down to that area anytime soon. So people have been out of their homes in that area since around 11 o'clock this morning. As for what's going on behind us here, we have showed you this scene for much of the day. Police officers seem to be wrapping up a little bit. You see all those SWAT officers gathered by that tactical truck back there. The sheriff confirming, multiple sources confirming that the suspect is now dead. Unclear what the next steps are with the processing of that home, if they're going to go through it, what exactly is going to happen there. I will say that in the last few minutes we did see members people who identified themselves as the suspect's family. They were very distraught, did not wish to speak with us, understandably. Again, they are losing someone who they loved, but they were very tearful on the side of the road here. So again, nothing is back to normal yet. Still a lot of police tape blocking the streets here. Paramedics, ambulance, police officers, all out at the scene while they are hopefully trying to get things back to normal as quickly as possible. Back to you guys. Thank you.
SWAT guys probably had a blast.
5:35.
The SWAT guys probably had a blast.
Oh, I bet. Sure, they love that.
They love that.
U.S. SWAT officers probably like that. Like what? Like 15. I don't know, but I don't know if they. I'm sure they have a lot of adrenaline, but I don't know if they want that.
You all have to record it? Everyone's not.
I think the goal is to as many Channel 11 cameras in there as you can, so nobody else gets the sound bite.
Who wants to record this?
I think probably Richard should, right? Record it.
What are we doing?
They probably want to live.
Tom, today's our special day.
Today's your special day?
Our special day. We're supposed to be our specials together.
No, we weren't.
It's supposed to be our special day.
I was going with Liz.
You were?
Yes.
Where were you put up?
I don't know.
Yeah, you were with Liz.
You were?
I'm not doing specials. I'm
You're
not
part of my
special.
special day. But you are special.
I'm not special at all.
I didn't leave the building today.
Richard needs to record it. Yeah, go send it back.
Is he coming? When's he got it? Quarter till.
I mean, it can take me with a live camera and then he records it. So
Okay. All right, I'm going home then. See how I work.
Oh, well. Huh?
I'm going home then. I'll see how the weasels back.
Give me a video I need to
not playing.
Are we going again or what?
I think so. I think everybody. I think they're waiting for the press conference.
I know, but I'm going to move for Richard will come here.
Well, yeah, I moved there in a break. Or not.
Who's taking the tent?
I don't know.
No, we're leaving it for you.
Where am I going to put it?
Yeah, what do you do with the tent?
I don't know. Then we'll have to break it down.
Strap it to the top of my car.
Go to my truck.
Watching my food for flies in the news. Okay, probably right.
I'm sorry, say that again, Ryan?
There you go.
Okay, they're taking pressure on your camera. No, pressure on your camera. They just told me. I don't even see anybody walking this way.
Plug in in progress.
Got it.
I know. Give us your best fruit shot.
They're standing over there. So I think they're waiting for the city people.
They're walking up right now.
Just bend down.
Mine or what?
It just depends. We'll have to figure it out. I mean, right there, no.
I'm going to make them come right up to the cracks. There's your man that's been unhelpful.
Yeah, right? Let's ask him about that.
Where's Rocco? He's not in there.
He's over there.
Oh,
He's
they're
a part of it, but
gonna
he's not.
Bigfoot him.
Yeah.
They're just gonna show up. All right, this is gonna be horrible.
They're walking up, John. They're walking up. John, they're walking up. They're taking our backpack. Okay, cool.
I have corralled all the outlets in this corner.
I'm good. Pretty good?
Yeah. You gotta just go Nicole.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
I can open my hat to back down.
Am I good right here?
Yeah.
Rick, we're going live to this press conference here.
That's pretty good. Good? I think we're good. Sheriff Cross, give us the latest.
Primero que nada, quiero agradecerles por su paciencia. Sé que tomó tiempo llegar hasta este punto. Ocurrieron muchas cosas. Soy Kevin Krause. Soy el alguacil del condado de Allegheny. Aproximadamente a las 10:25 de esta mañana, 7 de mis funcionarios llegaron a este lugar para ejecutar un desalojo ordenado por la corte. Una vez que llegamos a la residencia, tomó varios minutos hacer contacto con el sujeto. En ese momento, él abrió fuego contra los alguaciles. Ellos comenzaron a guarecerse y a repeler los disparos y una confrontación significativa. La única lesión de un funcionario, originalmente se dijo que un funcionario había resultado baleado. No fue el caso. Él resultó herido cuando estaba tratando de guarecerse de los disparos. Tuvo una herida superficial en la cabeza que solo requirió algunos puntos. ¿Cuántos funcionarios llegaron a la residencia y qué tipo de protección llevaban? Llevaban chalecos antibalas, eran 7. Todos tomaron posiciones diferentes fuera de la residencia y una vez que hicieron contacto, las cosas cambiaron. Tuvieron que atrincherarse y repeler los disparos y se suscitó un tiroteo prolongado hasta que llegaron los grupos SWAT para estabilizar la situación y asumir el control. La policía anticipaba que esto podía no salir bien. No esperábamos esto. Hay múltiples factores en estas circunstancias. Nosotros evaluamos y respondemos, pero no teníamos información alguna que este individuo fuera tan peligroso que hubiera armas en la casa. ¿Sabían algo de él antes de esto? Teníamos información, pero no era nada extraordinario. Pero habíamos tenido una reunión previa y preparamos la estrategia que pensamos era apropiada, pero no anticipamos lo que sucedería. Nosotros incrementamos el número de funcionarios para estos casos. ¿Cuán masiva fue esta operación? Hubo tiroteos durante horas. ¿Cuán importante es tener a todas estas entidades colaborando en este caso? Sí, el jefe de policía puede hablarles de eso porque él estaba coordinando los distintos organismos federales, estatales y locales. En mi opinión, pensamos que todo el mundo se unió, cada quien sabía lo que había que hacer. La comunicación fue buena y pudimos estabilizar la situación. Lamentablemente resultó en una muerte, pero quiero felicitar a todos mis alguaciles y a todos los policías que respondieron. Hicieron un trabajo excepcional. Nadie más resultó lesionado. Todo el mundo va a estar con sus familias. Estamos agradecidos por eso. ¿Puede hablarnos un poco acerca de la cantidad de munición que se ha escuchado? Escuchamos de docenas o cientos de disparos. No puedo decirle la cantidad de ráfagas. Él tenía muchos proyectiles en la casa y tuvimos que pedir munición adicional y pudimos estabilizar la situación. Le dimos todas las oportunidades posibles para que saliera. Esto escaló hasta la respuesta del equipo SWAT y pudimos ponerle fin a la amenaza después de varias horas. ¿Puede confirmar el nombre? No puedo confirmar su identidad en este momento. ¿Puede decirnos si han inspeccionado residencias cercanas para asegurarse que nadie resultó herido por una bala perdida o algo así? El jefe de la policía les puede hablar de eso. Sabemos que hubo evacuaciones. No pensamos que hubo otros lesionados. En algunas ocasiones, ustedes piden apoyo del equipo SWAT cuando van a enfrentar a una situación volátil. Ha ocurrido, no es algo que hacemos normalmente, pero en este caso la situación escaló y requerimos el apoyo del equipo SWAT para estabilizar la situación. Al prolongarse el intercambio de disparos, pudieron estabilizar la situación. ¿Saben qué tipo de armas tenía en la residencia? No le puedo decir. Él pensaba que esta era la residencia familiar y debía quedarse en ella. No puedo hablar por él. ¿Los vecinos sabían de esta situación? No les puedo decir. ¿Conversaron con él antes de que comenzaran los disparos? ¿Hubo algún tipo de conversación? No tuvimos éxito. Cuando tratamos de hacer contacto, estábamos fuera de la casa, lo llamamos para hablarle, para que saliera pacíficamente, para ejecutar la orden, pero ciertamente eso no iba a ocurrir. Pregunta fuera de micrófono. Pregunta fuera de micrófono. No sé, no le puedo comentar. ¿Puede confirmar si él fue abatido por policía o si se suicidó? No le puedo confirmar. ¿Es posible que sea suicidado? No le puedo comentar. Cuando le tocaron a la puerta, trataron que saliera, lo culminaron a salir. ¿Puede decirnos qué pasó? Tratamos de hablar con él, tratamos que saliera para hablar con él, para abrir un diálogo con él y no tuvimos éxito. Una vez que hicimos contacto con él en la puerta, la situación cambió de manera drástica. Enfrentamos disparos y no hubo otra cosa que hacer. Él estaba disparando desde dentro de la casa. Estaba disparando desde las ventanas del primero y segundo piso y a través de las paredes, según me han dicho. ¿Algo que quisiera añadir, jefe? Gracias. Larry Scrado, jefe de policía. Puedo hablar de la respuesta táctica de múltiples organismos. Comenzaremos con el excepcional trabajo de la fuerza SWAT y de funcionarios de la policía de Allegheny, del servicio de alguaciles, la fiscalía, ATF. Todos estos recursos tácticos se convocaron para poder ponerle fin a la situación. Esos esfuerzos salvaron muchas vidas de civiles, de funcionarios, y se pudo proteger las vidas de vecinos, de personas en inmuebles adyacentes y por supuesto de los policías. Pensamos que el individuo fue neutralizado. Le dimos todas las oportunidades para que se rindiera. Fueron más de 4 horas y media y durante ese tiempo le dimos múltiples oportunidades para que se rindiera, pero no fue posible. ¿Es normal enfrentar una situación de este tipo y por tanto tiempo? Creo que nada de este incidente se puede considerar normal. Nosotros entrenamos para estas situaciones, pero nunca esperamos que suceda. Pero estábamos preparados para la amenaza que enfrentamos. Nosotros no nos precipitamos. Siempre buscamos una solución pacífica. Lo hicimos en este caso. Utilizamos distintos métodos con esa finalidad. Y en cada oportunidad encontramos disparos. Así que hubo que redefinir el plan, usar otra estrategia. Nuevamente, para darle la oportunidad de que se rindiera, no lo hizo. Y así que hubo que buscar alternativas. Y en cuanto a los drones, esta fue una oportunidad de tratar de establecer comunicación, de tener reconocimiento de lo que ocurrió en la residencia. Y en 3 o 4 ocasiones que utilizamos estas unidades fueron derribadas. ¿Les disparó? Sí. ¿Tienen alguna información de un incidente previo donde la policía vino a la residencia y una denuncia de robo presentada por el sospechoso? No tengo ninguna información sobre el individuo o en la residencia antes de la llamada del servicio de alguaciles. Algunos vecinos dicen que en varias ocasiones expresaron preocupación por este caballero porque era una persona inestable y volátil. A medida que la investigación avance, sabremos más sobre él, la residencia, la familia y potenciales problemas, volatilidad y demás. Vamos a explorar todas las opciones porque queremos evitar que esto se repita en cualquier otro vecindario por el trauma que esto genera en la población, que es algo excepcional. Y haremos todo lo que podamos. Había mensajes en las ventanas diciendo que no entraran. Nunca llegué a estar suficientemente cerca para poder ver eso. Pero ya veremos cuando analicemos el evento en la investigación. ¿Algo más? ¿Alguna información sobre el individuo? Nada, excepto lo que enfrentamos en este momento. A medida que avance la investigación, sabremos más de potenciales asociaciones de él. La policía de Pensilvania hará la investigación de aquí en adelante. Miembros de la policía, el servicio de alguaciles, trabajarán en esta investigación. Seguramente se va a descubrir más acerca del sujeto y sus vinculaciones.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Yo estoy extremadamente orgulloso del trabajo de los hombres y mujeres de nuestros cuerpos policiales. La paciencia, la disciplina y el haber podido llegar a este punto, a este desenlace sin funcionarios lesionados, sin miembros de la comunidad lesionados, producto del entrenamiento y de la participación de todos los funcionarios que participaron en este incidente. Gracias.